watching Rogers TV Brampton.
To members of council, I'd like to introduce the president of the Peel Housing Corporation, Mr. Paul Peleschi, and he'll begin by calling the meeting to order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is going to be a little bit, good morning, first of all, sorry. And I would like to offer my congratulations to, I haven't had the opportunity, certainly to the 3 new mayors, of which one is here. And that's par for the course, isn't it, really? That's the way it used to be. And all the new councillors. You have taken on what I felt as a regional councillor, a very honorable profession. And no matter what the public thinks and the jokes that are made about politicians, which politicians seem to be the brunt of an awful lot of jokes, it is absolutely very serious business, and I congratulate you on taking on that role that you have. The format's a little different, seeing that I am no longer a councillor. I won't be running the Peel Living meeting. I will pass it back to Chair Dale, who will run the Peel Living meeting today, and then, but I will make my opening marks as soon as he's ready to say so. Okay, so I thank you again for inviting us here. Great to see some new faces, and great to see some old ones. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will now convene as shareholders, and I would ask President Peleschi to give his opening remarks, please.
Oh, that was quick. Okay.
We're just bouncing it back and forth here.
Hey, I understand you got an awful lot of tough business to deal with, so we'll be real quick. It'll be a little longer than our normal 5 minutes. Good morning again. The theme of the 2014 annual report this year is in investing in youth. We selected that theme because it describes Peel Living's ongoing commitment to our youth and to providing opportunities for success for all our tenants and the community. Many youth live in our Peel Living community. Many of them face the same challenges to employment that others face across the country. Youth are projected to make up 40% of Canadian labour force by 2020, and yet barriers continue to exist for them to gain access to quality jobs. In the past year, we invested in opportunities that would provide more meaningful experiences for our summer students by involving them in projects that were in line with their career paths and or areas of study. The General Manager will speak more to this during his presentation. Secondly, I want to thank staff. As President, I would like to acknowledge the dedication of our staff and community partners is truly a key anchor of the high standard of service that Peel Living is known for. I continue to be inspired by our staff's commitment to making the lives of our tenants better every day. Further, I would like to talk about the new board and its priorities. I am pleased to be part of this new board of directors whose members play a critical role in guiding Peel Living's transformation to ensure its long-term viability. Individually and collectively, you bring a wealth of experience, expertise, as well as compassion to the changing lives of Peel Living residents. I'd like to introduce you to the board. All the board members they're on the slide there. We have 2, I believe, here today. Diane Austin is here, one of our board of director meetings, one of our boards. Sammy Elias is on his way. The other 3 non-councillors, one being myself, and then the 2 others are absent today. We also have, as you see, a number of councillors that are on the board, and I want to thank them for their participation in dealing and their commitment to the board. Our focus will be on designing a new business model to achieve sustainability. Our challenge will be to develop and implement a new long-term financial plan to resolve the future funding gap resulting from completion of federal and provincial grant programs beginning in 2016. The priorities of the board include working with Peel Living staff, developing a new transformation map. The transformation path for Peel Living needs to develop a strong and sustainable business model that we will implement. We will implement a new model of governance, enhance the tenant and community experience, improve Peel Living's business efficiency, and renew its asset and financial models. Also, to plan for organizational capacity, including human resources and technology for Peel Living 2.0. In the coming year, I look forward to working with the new board, our staff, and our community partners to strengthen Peel Living as a vital and viable service provider. Together, we can ensure that Peel Living maintains its place as a standard bearer of quality housing and opportunities for success. Finally, I would like to pay tribute to Richard Whitehead, a long-standing member of Peel Living Board who passed away this year. As one of the original founders of Peel Regional Housing Corporation, in 1976, Richard Whitehead was an active Peel Living Board member for over 30 years. During his tenure on Peel Living Board, Richard served with expertise, awareness, and dignity, contributing significantly to the growth and transportation of Peel Housing Corporation as we know it today. The Peel Living Board of Directors, staff, and tenants will miss Richard dearly, and I will always remember him for his countless contributions to his community. Richard and I had many, many discussions over the years. He was actually the one that got me involved and asked me to participate in the housing corporation and what it meant to people. You know, Richard lived up in the north part of Caledon, really didn't have a whole lot of social housing in the area that he represented, but he was a firm believer and very, very passionate. I think many of the older councillors that were here remember his passionate speeches when we got to housing and dealt with housing issues and the needs of people and clients, those that are less fortunate, and what their needs were. So I truly believe that Richard made a great contribution, and he's probably sitting up there today somewhere thinking, what else can I get them to do to look after the people in need? So we will sorely miss him. And those are my remarks, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. President. And I have to agree with you that with the new structure of the board, that number one, I as a member of very impressed with the composition of the board itself, and certainly with the citizen representation, the expertise that we now have on this board, and how they've already become so engaged in the board themselves that I think it's going to be a great future for the Peel Housing Corporation, and certainly under your leadership as well. I'll move to the approval of the agenda. Have motion by Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Shaughnessy. All in favor of approval of the agenda? Carried. Thank you. Adoption of the minutes. The minutes of the Peel Housing Corporation 2014 annual meeting of the shareholders held on June 26th. Motion by Councillor Yanika. He's not there. Councillor Fonseca, seconded by Councillor Moore. All in favor of the minutes? Opposed, if any? Carried. And then the minutes of the Peel Housing Corporation held on September the 11th, 2014. Moved by Councillor Fonseca and seconded by Councillor Miles. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. That brings us to delegations then. Andre Amaral, Region Appeal Program Administration. Together We're Better Awards, and former Peel Housing Corporation summer student. Welcome, Andre.
Thank you, Chair Dale. Good morning, everyone. I would first like to begin by extending my appreciation and thanks to the Peel Living organization for allowing me the opportunity to speak before you today and share my personal experiences from my time with Peel Living. Looking back, although it was a distant memory, there was a time that I was a younger man working through my undergraduate degree in university. Heading into summer one year, my thoughts were preoccupied with the perennial issue facing numerous students, and that is, where am I going to work this summer to earn some hard-earned bucks for my education? Well, I did some investigation, and I found that the Region of Peel hires annually a number of post-secondary students for summer employment. Unfortunately, that year I had just missed the deadline to apply, but I ensured the following year that I made the deadline. As luck would have it, I found myself later employed as a Peel Living summer student. It was the summer of 2010, and I was ecstatic, as I had just found myself acquiring, literally overnight, a fantastic way to save and pay for school. You see, at the time, I was only considering the financial benefit of working for the region. I simply viewed the employment as a means to an end. And I share that information with you today because I would like to stress the fact that I never would have imagined at the time all of the opportunities and real benefits that I would receive as a direct result of my summer employments. One direct benefit that I received at such a young age was having an opportunity to make an impact on our community, and I developed relationships with tenants, thereby promoting a culture of empathy and understanding. It certainly changed my perception of government by working with Peel Living. I had an idea of what I expected in my head, and in reality, the truth crushed that. So I had found myself a fantastic way to save for school, and in tandem, I was developing real valuable work experience before I had even graduated. My summer employment provided me the opportunity to learn life skills, meet mentors, network, work on projects, and it was all valuable experience for my resume. It's a fantastic system, one in which utilizes students, maximizing their work experience, while at the same time providing a real benefit to this organization. And it's an investment which definitely provides a real benefit. Just look around the Region of Peel now. I have met a number of coworkers from a younger demographic like myself, and it always amazes me at the high percentage of whom were once summer students at the Region of Peel. In fact, the coworker that I sit right beside at my desk is also a former Peel Living summer student. And this is not by no means limited to just a younger demographic, as I've spoken to a multitude of individuals throughout the region with similar backgrounds. Simply put, I cannot stress how significant that first opportunity as a Peel Living summer student was for me. When you consider this program in the context of a 20% youth unemployment reality in Peel, you begin to really appreciate the full value of meaningful summer employment. Because sometimes, especially as young people, we do not fully grasp or understand the value of something during the moment, and it is only once you've had the luxury of time passing that you can truly take a step back and see the complete value in an experience. My time at Peel Living has fostered opportunities for me to succeed in my professional life that I would have never dreamed of way back when I was a student. And I am confident in saying that my ability to speak before you today as a Peel Region employee is a direct result of my time with Peel Living. And for that, I will forever be grateful. Thank you for your time today. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that testimony. I think, it's no surprise that you had a great experience working here, but it's always nice that someone comes forward and indicates that to the council of what a great experience it really was and how it's affected your life and how it's helped you to look at things maybe a little differently in the future as well. So we welcome your remarks, and we're very pleased to have you here today. A motion for receipt then? Moved by Councillor Raz, second by Councillor Tovey. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thanks very much, John.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. No communications, so we move to the annual report. Mariga, General Manager, Peel Housing Corporation. And I know he's going to be brief.
I did spend a little bit of time saying hello to some of the people that I haven't seen in a while. So, but in any case, for everybody else, greetings. My name again is Mariga, and I'm here to deliver the address, the speech of the General Manager to the shareholder meeting. Our mission continues to be delivery of quality housing and opportunities for success. During the process of the creation of the new board, there was a very strong emphasis that housing should continue to be a foundation and that the rest of the services should be utilized to enable people to move on and to be successful in various ways. And we continue to live up to that mission. This year's shareholder meeting has new council members in attendance, and so I will take this opportunity to refresh people on what Peel Living is about. It has over 16,000 tenants living in 68 Peel Living buildings and 5 Region of Peel buildings. The composition of its tenancy is made up of 60% of youth and seniors combined, which makes it, on average, a community with the highest proportion of seniors and children compared to the rest of the region. In addition, it is also the 3rd largest housing provider in the province of Ontario. Peel Living focus, as I stated, continues to be not only on building services and accommodation services, but also on the creation of opportunities for tenants to be able to move on and achieve other forms of success that is part of why they come to us. I'm going to turn to the achievements of 2014. I will not elaborate on a lot of them because you all have a copy of the annual report, but I will highlight a number of those achievements based on some of the key themes that we've utilized in the last 4 or 5 years, namely governance and financial viability, tenant experience, business efficiency, asset sustainability, healthy and effective organization, and of course, we've just heard from Andre about our primary focus our focus theme for the last year, which was investing in our youth. I will speak about governance and say that in 2014, we took key steps on the journey of transformation through the establishment of a new board to anchor the future of Peel Living in its new financial climate, following, as the President stated, the end of the impending end of provincial and federal grants. You will recall that, in fact, Peel Living will face funding cuts in the next 5 to 10 years as the historical funding programs come to an end. Today, the President presented the full slate of the new board of members of directors for the first time to Peel Living's shareholder meeting. We've had 4 meetings to date, and they're full of energy and extremely productive. In the coming months, the board will be involved in setting forth its priorities as discussed by the President. I will now turn to the tenant experience, which is the core part of our business. In the annual report, we showcase numerous situations of community engagement and tenancy leadership. Please take the time to look at the numerous initiatives that have been showcased in the report. Our buildings continue to meet a high standard of maintenance and upkeep, including the overall curb appeal of our communities. A number of the councillors here have toured and seen our buildings and can attest to what they saw. In terms of our tenant relations, we continue to focus on enabling successful outcomes. Tenants in rent payment difficulties or antisocial behavior problems continue to be provided ample opportunities to come to a mutual agreement or settlements through face-to-face engagement. As a result, our successful tenancy rate has improved from 89% in 2013 to 94% in 2014 due to the numerous number of occasions and engagement that we use in order to ensure that. I will note that, in fact, we have an eviction rate within the province that's below most of the private sector organizations. So we're pretty up there in terms of benchmarking even our actual eviction rate. This approach is in contrast to more aggressive litigation options that end up costing more and aggravate the already existing problem of homelessness. The other key area of focus for us is business efficiency. We've highlighted one initiative last year that we think will have tremendous breakthrough in providing us other opportunities, and that is we set upon a pilot program at Wedgwood in order to do a complete lighting retrofit program that produced very significant savings, as you can see from the report, and we're excited to scale that program to the other buildings so that we can accrue further savings and also improve the quality, the lighting quality in our buildings. The next area that I would like to highlight today is in the area of asset sustainability. We have a number of initiatives in this area, but for the sake of time, I will speak about the Twin Pines initiative that we all have been involved in the last several years. The key milestones today is that we now have on board a planning team made up of Planning Alliance, Civis, and Peel Housing Corporation. This planning collaborative, as we've called it, uses a unique approach of continuous engagement and conversation, as opposed to your traditional surrender the work to the planning agency to the consultant, and then you end up with all kinds of surprises. This has allowed the board to be engaged on a continuous basis in meeting the terms set about by the board in the previous year on how we were going to go about the Twin Pines redevelopment. Namely, there was a commitment that the tenants were going to be engaged and that they were going to be part of the plan for the future. To date, we've completed over 100 household interviews, and by the fall, we should have completed all of them. Taking into account their input and all the other factors, we should begin to have the formation of a plan for future Twin Pines, and should be ready for us to bring it back here next year. I would like to revisit the efforts of our staff in the efforts that the corporation has made in the last year. They're showcased again in your report. The story of Andre Amaral is one story of impact. We have many others, as he alluded to, and we're excited to have done that. To name a few other youth initiatives that we focused on, we had students working in Peel that made up 25% of our total workforce in the summer. That is a huge commitment from our staff and from the organization to be able to undertake that task. And we've done it again this year. We also have students working in partner organizations and agencies such as St. Leonard's and Youth on a Roll. We also had co-op students from York University help us do some of the background work in developing future financial options for Peel Living. In addition, we sponsor youth from our communities. We bus them and we launch them to go to an annual career mentoring conference known as the Excellence Conference. All these programs offer value to our community. They build youth knowledge, skill sets, confidence, and overall contribution. They represent our little action to an issue that we all agree is a very serious issue, and that is we have to find ways to engage our youth in meaningful employment and community development. In our focus on youth, our staff consistently showed compassion and dedication as they worked with our students to help them embrace higher levels of responsibility, making sure to provide direct feedback to them. As a result, the staff were awarded the Innovative Award for Creative Solutions by the Region of Peel's Together We're Better Award. I'm extremely proud of staff for their sincere and very, very passionate effort in this initiative, and I'm also appreciative of the Region of Peel for providing us with for their appreciation of staff efforts. The staff, of course, continue to excel in providing both building and social support services to Peel Living tenants. The amazing efforts of staff continue to inspire me and motivate me in my role as general manager. I would like to thank the board. I would like to thank Dave Bingham, the treasurer, John Achella, the deputy treasurer, my operations managers, Mary Jo and Bruno, I'd like to thank Janet Menard, my very supportive commissioner, and the Human Services leadership team. Finally, I'd also like to thank all the staff at the region that are involved in Peel Housing Corporation affairs, and especially communications, financial services unit, real property, legal and clerks, and health, as well as technology, and of course the human services department as well. I look forward to continuing to the work of transformation that the board has set out as its priority in the next 4 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marika, and for your report. And need a mover of receipt, Councillor Palashi, seconded by Councillor Downey. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. We'll now move to the financial statements by Mr. David Bingham. Welcome, David.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of council, members of the board, staff, and guests. The 2014 financial statements for the Peel Housing Corporation are included in the annual report that's in front of the members of council as shareholders. The board at its May 7th meeting approved these statements, which are now final and include the signed auditor report from Deloitte. As reported to both that board and to the Audit and Risk Committee also on May 7th, Deloitte issued their audit findings report that included a separate management letter for Peel Living. That report noted that they found no unrecorded audit differences nor any control weaknesses. Peel Living continues to work at increasing the contributions to reserves from operations to fund its state of good repair works on our buildings in order to minimize future loan requirements from the region as service manager. Those efforts continue to be challenging as the majority of our buildings are now over 20 years, and we continue to deal with the funding programs from the province and the feds. As the shareholder representative, many of the members of council are aware of and participated in the Peel Living Financial Viability and Governance Task Review Team during council's last term. The financial viability work continues with preparation of updated building condition assessments and a more in-depth review of the finding of the consultants' reports as input into the new Peel Living strategic plan. As noted by the General Manager, this is a very important time for Peel Living as operating agreements start to end and we transform into what we are calling Peel Living 2.0. The Council will continue to play an important role both as sole shareholder and as system service manager for all social housing providers in the region, including Peel Living. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the board, both past and present, the Peel Living management team led by Mariga, as well as the financial support team led by Deputy Treasurer John Archella, for their assistance both during the more routine finance matters over the past years and their continuing support in re-examining our funding and expenditures and work with the region and their increased authority as service manager under the Housing Services Act to continue to improve Peel Living's long-term fiscal health. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a mover of receipt by Councillor Mahoney, seconded by Councillor Sprovieri. All in favor? Carried. And I do have a motion moved by Councillor Fonseca and seconded by Councillor Groves that Deloitte LLP be appointed as the corporation's auditors to hold office until the close of the next annual meeting, as presented in the April 2nd, 2015 Joint Region Appeal and Peel Housing Corporation Corporate Report presented to the Audit and Risk Committee titled Appointment of External Auditor for 2015 and Extension of External Audit Contract. And further, that the audit fee of the 2015 fiscal year be increased by 5% to $17,440 based on satisfactory service, performance, and pricing. And further, that the Treasurer be authorized to approve additional remuneration for the auditors during this period in the event of additional audit requirements. Any discussion? All in favor then? Opposed, if any? Carried. Moved by Councillor Sato, seconded by Councillor Yanika, that all bylaws and resolutions of the corporation, save and except bylaw 1-2014, passed by the Board of Directors on September 25th, 2014, and all acts of the corporation undertaken in good faith from June 26th, 2014 to the date of the 2015 Annual General Meeting of Shareholder be ratified and confirmed. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. That actually adjourns this section. I'll go back to you, Mr. President, to introduce the Vice President.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pass it over to Vice President Miles for closing remarks, please.
Oh, microphone's on. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of Peel Living. That actually completes our first annual general meeting of the shareholders of Peel Living under our new governance model. And I just wanted to say that what is reflected in the annual report, I think, is something that we can all be proud of as members of council. Certainly, the role that I played on Peel Living over the years, I'm very proud of what we've been able to achieve as a regional municipality. But more importantly, I'm very excited about the future. I think that this new governance model is going to allow us as a housing corporation to look for new partnerships, new strategies, and become more innovative in how we look to provide housing to the residents in the region of Peel. So with that, I would like to simply welcome the new members of the Board of Directors. I think we have a great leadership team that is combined of members of regional government, but also bringing in a lot of expertise and passion from our community. And I look forward to working with all of the members in the future. I think we're on a new path, and we will see some pretty exciting outcomes in the next few years in the area of providing affordable housing to the residents of Peel. So with that, I conclude my remarks.
Chairman, we will conclude our first annual general meeting as a new board, and I want to thank you. And again, I want to congratulate the new members of council and the old members of council that are back again. I did congratulate the three mayors. One mayor has come in now, so I want to congratulate her also on becoming mayor of the city of Brampton. So we look forward to working with all of you, and we certainly will look forward to working with the three mayors in helping us go to the province and the federal government to make sure that we have sustainable funding so that Peel Living can survive and look after what it has as assets today to make sure that we go forward and our tenants are treated with dignity and they all have opportunities to better themselves. So thank you, and thank you to the new board that's here today. Thank you.
And Mr. President, before I call our council meeting to order, I just want to first of all thank you for applying to come back. And I was, I supported both you as for president. I believe that we needed someone with your experience, and certainly it helps with the continuity of the Peel Housing Corporation, as well as to support Councillor Miles as vice president. And I think, as I said earlier, the expertise that we have from the citizens reps, together with the combination of who we have representing as councillors, we've got an excellent board that we put together, and they already, like I said, have become very, very engaged. And I know how compassionate not only you and Councillor Miles are with respect to housing, and but also how compassionate they are. And I look really forward to some really good things happening with the corporation over both your leadership and the boards. So thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you. Okay.
Well, I think we'll take a 2-hour recess. Oh, no.
Thank you.
I'll call to order the council meeting for the Regional Municipality Appeal for Thursday, June the 25th, 2015. And roll call, we have all members present except Councillor Crombie, who is on vacation. As members know, quorum was lost at the June 11th, 2015 Regional Council meeting. Therefore, there's, I guess we have to get confirmation, or we go into the approval of the agenda first, right? Oh, yeah, okay. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest? Seeing none. All right, approval of the minutes. I have a motion by Councillor Yanika, seconded by Councillor Miles, that the bylaw 37, oh, sorry, yeah, you were absent. So Councillor Moore, that bylaw 37-2015 to confirm the proceedings of Regional Council at its meeting held on June 11th, 2015, to authorize the execution of documents in accordance with the Regional Appeal bylaws relating thereto, be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the Regional Chair and the Regional Clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Then I have a motion moved by Councillor Kovac, seconded by Councillor Paleshi, that the minutes of the June 11, 2015 Regional Council meeting be approved. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Okay. Now, for the approval of the agenda, I have a motion by Councillor Downey, seconded by Councillor Raz, that the items related to enterprise programs and services, item 9.1, listed on the agenda for the June 25th, 2015 Regional Council meeting, be withdrawn. And further, that the agenda of the June 25th, 2015 Regional Council meeting include an additional delegation by Skid Crease spokesperson R. Caledon, our choice, regarding provincial development facilitator for the town of Caledon to be dealt with under delegations, item 6.4. And further, that the agenda for the June 25th, 2015 Regional Council meeting include an additional communication from Debbie Thompson, Manager of Legislative Services, Deputy Clerk, Town of Caledon, regarding the Region Appeal Official Plan Amendment 28, request for provincial facilitation to be dealt with, items related to Public Works, item 12.3. And further, that the agenda for the June 25th, 2015 Regional Council meeting include an additional communication from Patrick J. Harrington, Airden Bearless, on behalf of Argo Development Corporation regarding provincial facilitation on Regional Official Plan Amendment number 28, ROPA 28, to be dealt with, items related to Public Works, item 12.4. And further, that the agenda for the June 25th, 2015 Regional Council meeting include an additional delegation by Brian Paris, owner, BP Landscaping, regarding road safety, faster development of Caledon, and the motion placed by Councillor Parrish to be dealt with under delegations, item 6.5. And further, that the agenda for the June 25th, 2015 Regional Council meeting be approved as amended. Is there any discussion? Councillor Yanika.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy with how you've outlined. I just have a question in terms of procedure. It's probably more of one of pragmatism. So given the unusual circumstances of the last meeting, you see on this agenda before us today, the first item, for example, I'll use it to illustrate, was the T&T supermarkets in my ward. Well, I don't want to go through Groundhog Day again. I don't want to explain. We had to spend about an hour on it. And I'm hoping, and this is my question in terms of the approval of the agenda, I'm hoping what we're saying is we know it was rewound, we take it as given, we carry on from there. You had a motion before you. If you need it put before you again, I'm happy to put it before you or someone else. But just to move the business along, and I use that, I don't want to redebate my tourism designation. I think we all heard the debate, and as I say, I don't want groundhog, and then carry on with whatever other business you have. But I leave it to you to tell us how we hope to proceed, because the next item up, I'm not going to get up and redebate it again, and I just want to be pragmatic about it. So if you can tell us procedurally how we're going to proceed, just to carry on with the business of the day, and any new business you have before you, of course.
Okay. We're continuing from the June 11th, as you've expressed.
Very good.
There is a motion on the floor, a motion by Councillor Parrish. So we have to deal with that motion. In the additional agenda, or the approval of the agenda, there were listed for a couple of deputants.
Perfect.
As well as some communications with respect to that. So if council supports that, that's the process we'll go through. If they agree, we'll listen to the deputations, then we'll move right into that motion.
And Mr. Chair, I think that's totally appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Parrish.
Yes, I just wanted some clarification on delegations. I thought that the time for delegations was closed because the motion actually was about to be voted on. Do you require 2/3 vote to put more delegations back on?
Actually, technically not, because this is the motion, or at the June 25th council meeting, so
Okay.
we don't need, but if, it's at council's discretion whether to approve the agenda as outlined in what.
I have no problem with it. I
Okay.
just hope that that's restricted to what you've got on the screen and we don't get into 25 more delegations
No,
being added.
and I will hold it to that. That
Good,
if you
thank you.
approve the agenda,
I'm good.
that's what we'll do. Okay. All in favor then of approval of the agenda? Opposed, if any? Carried. Delegate then is Skid Crease, if he kindly come forward. Welcome.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members of Council. My name is Skid Crease, and yes, Virginia, there is a Skid Crease. I'm here today representing Our Caledon, Our Choice, OCOC. It's a broad-based citizens organization founded in 2008 that advocates for a healthy and stable community by researching and sharing substantiated information related to population growth and urban expansion. It also provides a forum for citizens to engage with each other and to communicate with our elected officials. And it champions an open, democratic process for the decision-making that affects all of Caledon's citizens. We want to make clear to the members of Peel Regional Council and the media present that there is more than one voice that speaks for the citizens of Caledon. OCOC presented a delegation to the town of Caledon at our May 26th council meeting. At that meeting, 6 delegations, composed of citizens groups, individual citizens, and developers, supported the town's current planning process and rejected the need for a provincial development facilitator. Only one corporation and supporting citizen group delegated in favor of facilitation. The town that day voted unanimously to reject facilitation. Motion 2015-239 passed here on April the 16th, 2015, and it stated that participation in the facilitation process was subject to certain conditions, the second of which was that the town of Caledon decides to participate. The town of Caledon considered the motion and, based on the input of its citizens, informed the region of Peel that they would not be participating in the facilitation process. They, in fact, complied with motion 2015-239. So to suggest in the June 11th motion 2015-464 that the town of Caledon refused to participate in complying with the motion seems to be out of order and contrary. The town of Caledon respectfully exercised its right not to participate in the process as offered by the Region of Peel in motion 2015-239. In addition, it should be clarified that the town of Caledon already bears its own costs for the lawyer and consultants at OMB hearings. OCOC is here today to clarify for the Region of Peel that our citizens feel that the town of Caledon has appropriately and thoroughly carried out our community planning process, and we support our town's decision not to participate in the provincial development facilitation process. Our citizens were recently reminded what makes Caledon so different from Mississauga and Brampton. I was reminded this morning as I drove down Highway 7. What makes it so different at our town council meeting this past Tuesday, June the 23rd, 2015, when Mr. Ian Sinclair, one of our founding members of OCOC, eloquently spoke to council in his support of their planning process and concluded by reading the OCOC vision statement. And I will share it with you now. Caledon is a community of green, clean, safe, and friendly villages and rural areas, a community respectful of our natural heritage and our cultural heritage. Caledon will continue to be a healthy and stable community that establishes well-planned and designed settlements that develop at a rate that ensures sufficient infrastructure and services and supports a thriving business and agricultural community. It protects the environment and maintains what is positive and unique about Caledon. We have asked our council, and now we ask the Region of Peel, not to proceed with this motion for the provincial facilitation process. Instead, we request that the Region of Peel acknowledge the integrity and excellence of Caledon's planning so that the town can proceed with the regional official plan amendment for the Bolton residential expansion area and defend ROPA 28 at the OMB. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Skid. Our next delegate is Brian Perez. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Good morning, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Road just north of Mayfield since the 80s, and I would just like to address something that I'd like people to consider, and that is the legacy that is the north end of the Region of Peel, Caledon. In the 80s, it was a busy road, but it was a poor road, and it was dangerous. In 1990, the government's deregulated trucking, so there's no more bodies policing trucking. Trucking is left to the police, which they don't have the manpower to police trucking, and a few MTO vehicles on the road. But trucking by and large is not policed, so it's huge. Everybody owns a truck, and we know the results of that. In 97, Dixie Road was improved to be the road it is today. So we're getting traffic that's 120 plus. Double yellow lines means nothing. As an ex-Peel regional policeman, I decided to put a bogus police car out front of my place thinking that'll slow down traffic. It backfired. It sped up traffic. Nobody wants traffic flying by your house in your street, on your street. Well, this is my street. It's not a little residential street, but it's residential. I've got neighbors just on my street. I've got passionate neighbors, the Armstrongs, the Sherds. And what do they have? Slow-moving vehicles. Every street in Caledon is like that. And that's what we have. Last summer, 2 years ago, we saw two beautiful sisters killed at Mayfield Airport. Sounding your air horn does not get you out of jail free or give you a right to go through a red light. Last summer, one of my students, a 20-year-old girl, was coming north on Dixie Road. If you're familiar with Dixie Road, she's just about to pass the church, so she's 1,000 feet from my driveway. She puts on her yellow light, and she sees a truck coming way too fast behind her, an empty gravel truck going north. He passes a double yellow line, leans on the air horn, and passes her just before she turns left, just before she would have been killed. She had the brains to not do anything. Came in, she was as nervous as I am right now. She's telling us what happened. And I didn't know what to do. I felt sorry for her. I said, I will try to get somebody to talk to. I have spoken twice at the people that are putting in the new highway to try to see if they can control truck traffic to just the 400 highways. Why does the 400 highway have to empty onto Dixie Road? Because you know what's going to happen. We can't control trucks because they're deregulated now. Everybody and his brother has one. We can control where they can go. Well, you can. Remember the no truck traffic signs when they meant something? So I'm just asking you to consider this because last summer we nearly had a fatality, and that's not a one-off story. There's a lot of them. So every road in Caledon is a beautiful road. I would like to think we could keep Caledon like we see, if you watch golf, what the Masters is, not what the U.S. Open was. You know what I mean if you follow golf. So thank you very much.
I wouldn't be able to play well in either, but I know what you're talking about. No, thanks for your deputation, and I would ask that you meet with our commissioner or staff, Commissioner Dan LeBrecq, or some of our staff. Dan, if you could give him your card and meet with them in the future just to discuss the matter with them. It may be very helpful. But thank you so much for your deputation. And,
thank you.
I'll take a mover and a seconder for both receipt of the deputations. Councillor Downey, moved by Councillor Downey, seconded by Councillor Shaughnessy. All in favor of receipt of the deputations? Carried. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Miles.
Thank you. I did want to ask Mr. Pereiras. Mr. Pereiras.
Mr. Pereira, if you could come back to the podium, thanks.
Told you I was nervous.
Or Paris, yeah. That's what it was.
Yeah, just thank you very much.
Keep talking, I'll find you. Oh, there you are.
I'm going to call Mr. Pereiras Brian because most of us in the city of Brampton know Brian because he is, he's an amazing, well, Caledon too, he's an amazing gentleman who does so much for our communities in the areas of volunteering the services of his company. Since Wellspring Chinguacousy opened 8 years ago, Mr. Pereiras has provided all of the ongoing maintenance of grass, snow removal, etc., for Wellspring Chinguacousy at no cost at all to this organization. And he also has a long history of providing service to Peel Living, the City of Brampton, and I'm sure probably parts of Caledon as well. So I just wanted to bring that up, but also recognize and respect the fact that he has come here with a request, and one that is, I think, of great concern to him and others, for him to actually be here today in relation to safety on Dixie Road. So I want to take that request seriously, and in the form of a motion, at the very least, request that the region of Peel investigate the issue about truck traffic and the speed of traffic on Dixie Road. I'm not sure, I know the Chief of Police is here, but I'm not sure where the border changes between Brampton and
Mayfield.
at Mayfield. So it's sort of a shared road between OPP and Peel Regional Police. But I do believe that they could provide, the police departments could provide some leadership and expertise on this subject as well. So if I could, Mr. Chairman, simply put that in the form of a motion that Regional Council recognizes the concerns raised by Mr. Pereiras in regards to the safety on Dixie Road as it relates to truck traffic and speed, recognizing a history of fatalities in the area of between Brampton and Caledon at major intersections, and requests that staff.
Councillor Moss, I just wonder if it'd be more appropriate to take that as direction and report and have staff report back with respect to that.
I would like to put it in the form of a motion, simply in respect of the delegation that has come before us in that respect. So that's.
Yeah, no.
So I'll simply move a motion that staff be directed to investigate the concerns and work with the police departments in order to come back to.
Okay, no, fair enough, and Councillor Thompson's agreed to second that motion,
Okay.
so I'll call the vote. All in favor of the motion?
Thanks.
Opposed, if any? Carried, thank you. There are three
Thank you.
items related to the pending motion, communications rather, so kind of a mover with respect to those communications, moved by Councillor Mahoney, second by Councillor or Mayor Thompson. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Okay, that takes us to the motion that's pending, and I do have Councillor Ennis on the board first. Councillor Ennis.
Thank you, Chair. As this motion is on the floor in its entirety right now, I'd like to call the question on the motion in its entirety.
Okay. Councillor, well, I got to call the vote.
Yeah, that's good. I'll come off the list.
And ask for a recorded vote.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, call for recorded vote then on the motion by Councillor Parrish that was seconded by Councillor Medeiros in its entirety. Councillor Parrish, a point of order for clarification?
On a point of order, when this motion was on the floor 2 weeks ago, I had suggested it would be done in two pieces.
Right.
And that I withdrew 1 and 2.
Yeah, and, no, actually, though, you didn't withdraw, but I did make the ruling that we deal with 3 and 4, if I'm not
First.
mistaken, first. Because you did indicate that if 3 and 4 were passed,
I would
that you
withdraw
would
1
withdraw 1 and 2. So I'm going to rule that we vote on 3 and 4 first, because I did
Correct.
make that call at that time. Yes.
If a motion is on the floor in its entirety, it's no longer in the possession of the councillors who moved it and seconded it. It's in the possession of council because it has been debated. Therefore, if you want to change how you're going to vote on the motion, you would require either the council would have to vote on amending the motion. If you're going to be voting on it separately, it's the council's decision to vote on it separately. And I'm asking, and I've called the question, that it be moved in its entirety, as it was presented on the floor in its entirety.
Well, I'm going to rule we do 3 and 4 because that's the call I made that day, and I think that's what's on the floor. So all those in favor, it's a recorded vote, and it's on items 3 and 4 first.
No, it's been called. You can't
Do you want the motion to come up on the screen just to refresh everyone? Okay. No.
Put the whole motion up.
You're going against your procedural bylaw.
I don't think so. His interpretation, I think, is correct.
You are.
I don't think so. I don't think so. You're trying to be clever, but I don't think so.
Brent is wrong on this, and you guys know that now.
No, I disagree with you.
The motion was on the floor in entirety last time.
No, he was accommodating the motion before him, and that's why he split it. But that's the whole of what was before
the
him.
motion wasn't split.
Yes, it was. That's why they were 3 and 4. They weren't a separate motion. They're numbered accordingly.
Yeah. Last time was not split.
Yes, so that's why they were numbered 3 and 4. That's why they were
That's
numbered
when we walked out. It was the entirety.
That's what he had before him at the time. To make it easier for everybody.
No.
Yeah.
Who wants to make it easier?
Right out as soon as Lonnie called the
Who wants to
question
make it
on the
easier? Just go ahead and do it.
We walked out. There was no splitting. Do you want the whole thing on the board and clarified?
All right. That's 3 and 4 without the whereases. Do you want the whereases in, or is everybody clear on this? No, it's actually where we were at the last meeting.
Ask them to put the whole motion up.
So if staff could put the original motion up, that included everything, and then it'll be more clear. Okay.
The last two paragraphs.
And my understanding is that, you know, I've categorized them, but it's 3 and 4 would be the last two paragraphs that are before you. And that's what it's been called, recorded vote has been called with respect to that motion.
So all those in favor of paragraphs 3 and 4 of the motion, please stand. No?
No.
Question's been called.
Yeah. Sorry? Well, for clarification, Councillor Innes called for the vote on its entirety. I overruled that because my understanding from the last meeting was that this was what was before us on the table, and that's what I'm bringing back to vote on. Quorum was broken when I called the vote last time. So I'm bringing this back in the order. Sorry?
You can't speak to her. She can call a question. Somebody's call a question on this one.
Can they speak?
It's up to you whether you want them to speak. They called the question.
Well, I've called the question. Sorry? Yeah. All right. All in favor of calling the question?
On 3 and 4.
On 3 and 4. Opposed, if any? It carries.
Call a question 3 and 4.
With the actual, okay, all in favor of calling the question? I'll do it again. We'll count on 3 and 4.
Against?
Opposed?
Just let me check the chart, okay?
Okay.
It doesn't.
Okay.
You're supposed to have 16.
Okay, it doesn't carry because it's didn't get 2/3, which it requires under the procedure bylaw.
Councilor Anderson calling on the full motion.
So now the motion before us is yeah, that was ruled.
So it's 3 and 4 only? Okay. Okay.
So it's 3 and 4, but if councillors want to speak to it, I guess they can. Yeah. So we're back into debate. I got Councillor Miles first on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I recognize that I wasn't at the last meeting, but this motion is absolutely contrary to the motion that was passed by council. Absolutely contrary. So, you know, I don't know how we're continuing to move forward on this when our rules of procedure are pretty plain. This motion's contrary. Anybody with half a brain can read it and see it's contrary. Sorry. So I don't know where we're going with this. If it's a new council meeting and this motion is coming on the floor, I believe it's contrary.
All right.
So.
Yeah. Well, Councillor Miles, we have ruled on that, but I appreciate your comments. Councillor Yanika.
But who ruled?
You should have been here.
Councillor Yanika.
Mr. Chairman, call the question.
Call the question?
Yes.
And I got to call a vote to call the question again.
Come on.
I'm just following procedure. All those in favor of calling the question?
You're not.
No, but
You're
you
not
got it.
following
You got it.
procedures.
Not if he calls the question. He's on the list. He called the question.
Not following procedures. Nando, you know that.
No, that's correct. He calls the
Councillor Sperbieri, I'm chairing this meeting, and I have to call the question.
vote.
He's asked to call the question. All in favor of calling the question? It fails.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Thompson, or Mayor Thompson, right?
Thank you. Well, I'm going to first of all say, and I'm going to go on the record saying, Caledon has an official plan, it has gone through community consultation, and it has been approved by the province at every stage. Secondly, Caledon's committed to open, transparent, accountable planning and land development. Facilitation at this point is opposite to this process. There's a lone wolf developer's appeal to facilitation is an attempt to do an in-run to a secret backroom deal, which it is, and Caledon's opposed to it in principle. Fourthly, landowners, developers, community stakeholders, the public have had a long, lengthy public process in planning for these lands, and with the exception, are all satisfied to conduct it properly, to go through the process properly. It's hard to understand why Mississauga City Councillor and a Brampton City Councillor, with all the years that have been set aside as guiding principles of appeal official plan, gives municipalities responsibility for planning matters, decide with a lone wolf developer and wants to do an in-run around the approved planning process, and it's done by the province as well. It's your ingenious attempt to set aside the guiding principles, the appeal's official plan, interfere in the local planning process in order for secret negotiation process with a lone wolf developer. It's not in the best interests of people in Caledon, not the best interests of all of us here at the Region Appeal. It's a statement I want to make clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sperbieri.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question to our legal. I realize that you overruled the issue of being the contrary or friendly amendment, this motion to the previous council resolution. Just so we be clear, through you to our legal department, should this council overlook our rules of procedure and judgment by the chair of whether a motion is friendly or contrary. If it's
Councilor
found-
Scorbieri, with respect, I made it, no, hang on. I made a ruling, and then I was challenged.
Okay, that's fine.
And it was
That's
voted
fine.
on.
It's fine. Or even council.
And
Let's say
it's-
the
it's
council.
final.
Let's say the council overlooks the procedure that we normally follow and respect and are guidelines for us, that when the motion is contrary to a resolution passed by council, and if we overlook that, what are the consequences of that action? We need to understand that, because if there's a mechanism of because we know that the Municipal Act governs us, and the province governs us, and we don't get to have the final say. And if there's something done improperly here at this council, are there actions that a member of this council can take against this council and at the municipal board? So I'd just like the legal department to clarify that.
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to respond to that question, but in the best interests of the region as my client, that should be done in camera.
Well, then we need to go to camera then, because we need to have an answer. What are we getting ourselves into here? We need to know that, Mr. Chairman. What are the potential liabilities, consequences we're getting into? We need to know that before we make this decision. So we move into camera to find out.
All right, all those in favor of moving into oh, I need a seconder, sorry. Councillor Shaughnessy. All in favor of moving into camera? Opposed, if any? It carries. We'll move into camera and ask that those who are not members of
Yeah.
Or contact Nathan and get it pierced.
So it is about seeking that help. It is about seeking that help, right?
Getting your voice heard.
Yeah, yeah. So you need to be courageous, find the confidence, seek help and support, and make sure that you reach to yourself, your inner self. We'll be right back.
Hi, this is Anna Hataloma, here to share with you the health and wellness tips for the week. Today our segment is on homophobia, and I wanted to discuss a little bit about how to take care of yourself if you are experiencing any form of discrimination, if you're gay, lesbian, bisexual. Truly take care of yourself. Know that you are supported, know that you are loved, and that you can always reach out. Make sure that you make your health a priority. Eat very high, dense, nutrient foods, whole foods, vegetables, fruits. Provide yourself with the essential vitamins that you need and the minerals. Allow yourself to connect with people who support you, love you, dance, enjoy, go for a jog. Love yourself, because no matter what is going on, you are supported. And for those of you who have watched this program and perhaps in the past have discriminated or have judged people, please take a step back, connect to your heart, step away from your mind. Know that we are all connected. We are all brothers and sisters. So share the love. Just like you had the choice to pick your partner, everyone else does too. So look at people for who they are, their true authenticity, their hearts, and know that we are all connected. And again, if you are experiencing any form of discrimination, perhaps I would suggest you connect to meditation and forgiveness meditation, and just allow the ripples of love to flow as opposed to more tension and any more stress. So please take good care of yourself and spread the love. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Well, they're up
Welcome back to Insight, and we're now in our second segment, which is the research segment, and we have Dr. Craig here from UFT, from the Social Work Department, who's done a lot of work with the LGBTQ community, and she's going to share some of her insights today. So thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you.
And would you like to start us off and tell us about the research that you've done?
Certainly. I've been working with queer populations for about 25 years, so since the day I was born. And I've recently moved into academia to really work with joining with communities and individuals to try to enhance and understand the way queer folks are resilient, because we've heard many things about the risks that they've experienced. We know that suicide is the leading cause of death for queer youth in particular, and that's a particular challenge that I'm very concerned about. And so the research that I'm particularly involved in takes two different streams. So one of them is a study that I called I Will Survive, big disco fan, and really it was a qualitative study in which I was lucky enough to be able to work with about 45 or 50 queer folks and queer young people in Toronto, and understood from them how media influenced their sense of resiliency, which was really interesting, because we hear a lot about, again, like I said, the risk factors and how everything that young people do online is sort of very negative, and there's a lot of bullying that happens, which is true, but young people in particular are really navigating that and really creating their own support networks in a really impressive and beautiful way that we as adults, I will say that with air quotes, really need to learn from. And so that's one, and the other is I'm doing I created and tested a number of affirmative interventions that really highlight and support queer youth identities within the context of their communities and try to help them navigate, again, the discrimination that they experience that really affects them.
And I think from the work that we were trying to do was trying to find out exactly what resources are out there. And just from our research, as we were looking for opportunities to find people that would speak up about the issues, we found that there was a real gap in terms of resources for the LGBTQ community, and especially the LGBTQ community, was to actually try and find space for them to be able to share those experiences, space for them to be able to really seek the help that they needed. And as you're suggesting, the queer population needs even more support, and yet there seems to be even less understanding around the issues. So what can we do as a community to try and raise awareness about the needs in the community, and to be able to lobby, perhaps, to be able to provide those services for them? What is it that we can do?
Well, that's the million-dollar question. Right?
We'll start a hashtag.
We can go on
Social
Snapchat.
media.
Yeah, Snapchat.
Snapchat?
But I think there's a number of different things that we can do, and I think each individual person has the ability to access different resources, right? So a lot of the change that I've seen happen in communities happens person to person, and it's very important, obviously, to have policies that protect queer populations, and it's very important to have programs and services. And you're right, there are really amazing programs and services, particularly in the GTA, I have to say, that are doing really great work. I think they're strapped in terms of the caseloads often, the types of services that they can provide. Financing is always a challenge. I think there's really a gap in the areas that are non-urban areas, particularly within Canada. And so those are the populations that I am often most concerned about, because they're not able to perhaps attend Pride, which is almost like a community intervention. It really helps you think about social inclusion.
Almost like a rite of passage, too.
It is. When I was a on the ground when I was doing real work, right, in the field, like some of your guests we'll talk about.
You were the co-director, right, of the Pride?
Of Pride, yeah. But when I was I started a couple of queer youth agencies actually in Florida, and one of the things that we would have sort of a case plan, and it isn't a sort of deficiency model case plan, it's a strengths-based case plan, this program called Strengths First. And one of the things that was often built into the case plan was to figure out, and this was in a small town, to figure out how to get this young person to a Pride. Because that was something that they put in, right? And it's exactly what you said, it really creates this sort of sense of community, and it's just kind of amazing that effect that it has. So I think there's a lot of different things that can happen, and we can think about how we can create the spaces that we're in and think about how they can be safer, right? So the change, often, like I said, the change that we see is about an individual telling their story. So we have something that we talk about, which is contact theory, right? So if we have contact with an LGBT person, it's sort of old school, but there's something about it that's still real, I think. If we have contact with an LGBT person, we might be more likely to become more affirmative and more supportive of queer populations. However, the limitation in that is that the challenge is that it ends up, you have to understand the experiences and the life and the challenges that the queer person has gone through to really see attitudinal change. And so we have to be willing to create conditions for people to share their stories, just like you did, I think, within the context of this show, which is really, really important. And as individuals, we want to do that. We want to create those spaces in our workplace. We want to make sure that we're very out as allies or members of the queer population, and now that just to speak up, I think that's really critical.
So are you subliminally saying that Roger should pick up season 2 of Insight?
It's not subliminal. It's not subliminal. It's direct.
There we go. You guys heard it from Dr. Craig.
I am a doctor.
Dr. Craig.
If that will help you.
So can I take offense to you saying that you're not doing real work?
Okay.
This is clearly real work.
Yeah, we're totally offended with big smiles on our faces right now.
We know that we need research to inform policy, and I don't think that we have seen a lot of the research specifically focused on ethno-specific communities to understand the different layers and barriers that those populations have to navigate. So how do we bring focus and highlight those areas to be able to advocate for support?
I think that's such an important gap. Over the years, there's just been this idea that, oh, what's happened? Most of the research on queer youth populations came from, no offense to them, rich white kids on the east coast of the U.S. Those are the folks that were studied. They were an accessible population, and I think that that's important that work was done. But in the work that many folks are trying to do to be much more inclusive, it's really to focus on what the strengths are within cultural minority communities, or in some cases cultural majority communities, that may surprise you in terms of the support that communities might actually have for their LGBTQ family members. And so I think that that's really important, is to just highlight that it's no longer one size fits all. And even within communities, even within families where there could be two folks that are LGBTQ, they could have actually very different experiences, even if they grew up in the same household and in the same sort of cultural communities. And so I think it's really about sort of personalizing the work that we do and making it much more affirmative, and really not making the assumption that there are certain communities that are going to be more homophobic. Now, individuals could have those experiences within communities, but I think it's really important to not be very positive in strengths-based when we think about that work. It's important.
Now, this is a different train of thought.
Okay.
I went to the University of Waterloo.
Oh.
And I thought you were going to be like,
excellent.
Oh, nice, cool.
Good
Are you an
for
engineer?
Oh,
thank you.
Wonderful. Whatever you did, you were great at.
Okay, thank you. I give them a pat on the back. Okay, so I was recently working for them, and so now they're starting this new thing in the school where they're having same-sex washrooms, right? And you talked about space and environment and creating. So I want to know, from a research standpoint, is that enough? Is that a space that's, an environment that's cultivating of of kind of what we're talking about?
I think it cultivates acceptance and it creates sort of an affirmative environment. So sometimes we call them gender neutral washrooms as well. And that's just sort of a symbol that, almost like a gay-straight alliance in some way, or an out faculty member, if you will, that's a symbol that this is a safe environment that is something that young people, and I think folks of any age, really pay attention to, even if they're not saying anything about it. It's sort of this implicit creation of a more affirmative environment, and that's really becoming something that a lot of college campuses and high schools are really pushing as a symbol of being more inclusive.
And it's cool because technology is picking up on it as well now. So I read an article this morning that said that Apple has just released in their newest iOS update or whatever, so they have new emoticons, and they actually have people of all colors, right? So you can choose, instead of the yellow emoticon, you can choose people in every single color. And they also have, before you had the emoticons of like a guy and a girl holding hands, now you have a girl and girl holding hands, and a guy and guy holding hands as well. So I mean, I guess,
look at
again,
Apple, picking up on a trend after it's already happened.
BBM did it first.
Right.
Who did it first?
I had it on BBM since I've had BlackBerry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, can you get Snapchat on BBM or
yes,
on?
You can.
Yes,
you can.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So I'm so interested in the sociodynamics of the research that you've done, and where you're working at university is such a pivotal point for people of the queer community. Have you done any research on entering and exiting that university time in somebody's life? What are the dynamics of coming in and then leaving, the resilience that you've seen with those young people?
I think that university can play a huge role. I think that's a great point. So we've done one study, a friend of mine at Rutgers, and we launched a study in response to the young man that committed suicide. I don't know if it's maybe 2 years ago now that committed suicide. And so this essentially became a crisis at Rutgers. They really felt like they needed to deal with it. And they really considered, I don't know if it's as much as it should be, but they really considered taking some steps to create a more affirmative environment. And so one of what we specifically looked at with this qualitative study is what was it about the university environment that really created this area of safety, this sort of culture of safety for these individuals. And what we found is if the university was really safe, so there were these implicit markers like I was talking about, right? So inclusion of queer folks in queer populations when we're talking about readings perhaps for classes, speakers that come in, gender neutral washrooms, policies that protect folks based on sexual orientation or gender identity, real or perceived. All of those really led to better academic outcomes, which is really interesting because we sort of think of it as warm and fuzzy, but it actually fits with what I think is the mission of a university. And so even the most progressive schools that think of themselves as the most progressive, where we tend to be a little hypocritical, I think, are not necessarily taking the kind of steps that many of these smaller schools are taking, and so I think they're really paving the way.
So it's like institutional change that's transformative.
It is.
Because we know that we need to address the needs, and if we can do it through policy, and we can do it through the system, and we can do it in every system, then clearly there won't be a need for conversations like this because everybody would be accepting of them. But I also know that within schools, if you introduce a GSA, which I remember doing in one of my schools, and I involved the parents and the students and the teachers and the staff as well, but there's always this negativity that's attached with it until you start having the role models, until the commitment is real and it's not just a token. So it's moving away from that tokenism that is really critical. So how do we make sure that universities implement that sort of change without it just being a token?
I think it's really important, and this is true, I think, of much of the great work that you've done with GSAs, but it's really important to dispel the fear. So I do think that you need to often have a champion, right, who can help build a critical mass and say this is not just special sort of treatment for a particular population.
Of 2014, the OMB was requested.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media. You're watching Rogers TV Brampton. The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers or Rogers TV.
There's more bullying amongst the LGBTQ community than the mainstream communities. So if we're looking at trying to deal with it with suspensions, then it's going to achieve nothing, right? So how do we advocate and make sure that we don't use suspensions in schools and that we as parents begin to advocate for alternatives that are there for everybody to understand what's happening and why this is happening, so why it is that the LGBTQ community are being targeted in a lot of the bullying.
Obviously, the Region Appeal was present at the OMB hearing. They were party to the hearing with regards to Canadian Tire, with regards to the MZO. Now, I guess the MZO is not up for facilitation because the minister said so, that we can't facilitate that, but I haven't heard anything raised in that effect, what we're going to do to protect our residents, my residents in Bolton. So it's unfortunate that this is what's taking place. It's unfortunate that we are forcing a municipality into facilitation when the municipality feels that it's done its due diligence, it's done its job, it's followed all the rules, and I'm not sure how you go into facilitation without the municipality that's being affected. I don't know. I don't have those answers, and I guess I would just question that. I'm sure that the other two municipalities at this table certainly wouldn't appreciate Caledon doing that to them. So I guess it's a question of fairness. This is our community. It is our municipality. It is our issue. And if the residents of Caledon and the council in Caledon are not participating in facilitation, why are we going there? What are you going to talk about? How do you represent Caledon? I understand this is a regional issue, but this is also a local issue. It is an issue that is going to have a huge impact on our municipality. And basically, what you are saying to us today is, you know what, Caledon? We don't really care what you do. And it's a disrespect because I think that all three municipalities here, we all have mutual respect. We have always supported Brampton in its planning. We have always supported Mississauga in its planning. We have always respected each other at this table. And so it is a very sad day today that this is happening. This is what caused us to walk out last time, but here we are again. And I'm sorry, but Mr. Chair, my issue is with what happened in the MZO, not this. And this is what my community's concern was. And so it's unfortunate that this is where we are today.
Thank you. Councillor Sprovieri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, from my recollection, this whole matter came to us at this council from a motion that was moved by the Mayor of Mississauga and the Mayor of Brampton to bring us to this point. On the basis that there was costing the Region Appeal a lot of money. And that's the justification to go to this process because we don't want to spend a lot of money on this issue, regional money. Now, we received a report from staff, and correct me if I'm wrong, that so far, I believe that around $40,000 have been spent on this issue at the OMB. I think it was just around 40,000, I remember.
That's my recollection.
Is that? Can I just get a clarification of that, if that was the case?
I think the total, which included some for ROPA 29, which has now been dealt with, was in the order of 52,000 when I reported on that in April.
Okay, well.
It's between two.
Yeah. So we also heard today by a delegation that most of the cost has been absorbed by Caledon and not by the Region Appeal. I don't see $50,000 a huge expense. And I'm just wondering whether there's other reasons why the Mayor of Mississauga and the Mayor of Brampton are pushing this, have pushed this to this point of alienating this council. And some of the councillors and I cannot understand why that is happening. For $50,000, you're making this happen? This is shame on you guys. $50,000 is a drop in a bucket. I cannot understand how you could justify spending $50,000 alienating this council. That's a shame. Thank you.
Councillor Miles.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do apologize to the members of council. I wasn't here at the last meeting, so I wasn't able to participate in the debate, but I did read the report in the newspapers about what had transpired. I just don't know what we've come to. When this is the kind of culture that we're creating at the region of Peel, in order for us to go forward and do business together, what are we coming to? Caledon councillors, Councillor Sprovieri? Mr. Chair?
Councillor Sprovieri, take your chair, please. Thank you.
It isn't even a year since we had a municipal election. Caledon councillors were elected by their residents to make the decisions for their municipality. We weren't elected, the rest, Brampton and Caledon, were not elected to make the decisions for the town of Caledon. They were elected by their community to do that. And planning is one of the most important decisions that municipal councillors will make because it determines the future of that municipality. Caledon Council has been consistent not only just this term, but the last term in opposing the development south of Bolton. That's not the way they want their community to be planned. And the only reason why this particular development is taking so long is because one developer opposes it. Everybody else is in favor with the planning that Caledon has done. So, you know what? We have 4 years ahead of us, and I would absolutely hate to think that Mississauga and Caledon would gang up on the city of Brampton to dispute a decision that we're making in regards to the future of our municipality. That is not what we're here for. We're here to do what's in the best interest of the region of Peel, but we do that in respect of the decisions that are made at the local municipality. And I'm quite frankly, I'm astounded. I'm astounded that this motion, which anybody can read the two motions and know it's contrary, has not been found contrary. I mean, it's absolutely contrary. And I'm astounded that Mississauga and Brampton would move together and tell Caledon what they should be doing when they were elected to make those decisions themselves. I will never, ever, as a member of regional council, try to bully another municipality when they collectively, 100%, are together on an issue. If this was a split between Caledon and there was some in favor and some against, then that's a different story. But you have 100% consensus. You have 100% of the elected officials of Caledon saying no. And they obviously have the support of their community. So why would the region of Peel take a position to oppose a member municipality when they are 100% in support of the action? Why? It's absolutely wrong. It's absolutely wrong. And I, quite frankly, am so surprised that this council would go in this direction. Thank you.
But thank you for your comments. Councillor Innes. Or me? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask to call the question.
Okay, the question's been called on 3 and 4. All those in favor? Okay, recorded vote on the question being?
3 and 4.
On 3 and 4.
Mr. Chairman, do you have any other?
The question.
No, they're off now.
She's the last speaker.
So just the question.
Okay, then call the question. A recorded vote has been called for,
The vote is actually on 3
yeah,
and 4.
and just for clarification, it's on 3 and 4. Everybody's clear with that? Okay, recorded vote has been called. Madam Clerk?
All those in favor of paragraphs 3 and 4 of the motion, please rise. Councillor Carlson, Councillor Fonseca, Councillor Ianica, Mayor Jeffrey, Councillor Kovac, Councillor Mahoney, Councillor McFadden, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Parrish, Councillor Raz, Councillor Sato, Councillor Starr, and Councillor Tovey. All those opposed, please rise. Councillor Downey, Councillor Gibson, Councillor Groves, Councillor Innes, Councillor Miles, Councillor Moore, Councillor Shaughnessy, Councillor Sprovieri, Mayor Thompson. Fourteen in favor, 9 opposed. Carries.
Motion carries.
We've got paragraphs 1 and 2 on the table.
On the table.
Councillor Parrish, 1 and 2 are now on the floor.
Yes, I would like to withdraw 1 and 2 as the mover of the motion if the seconder agrees. And I would like to thank the Caledon people for staying for this vote. I have a lot of respect for what you did today.
So that portion of the motion has been withdrawn. And do you agree, Councilor Medeiros? Okay. It's off the table then. Thank you. What I'm going to suggest for council is that this is a long agenda, and we still have items to deal with from the previous meeting. What I'm going to suggest is that we bring the delegations forward, who would be Chief Jennifer Evans, and then Deborah Martin Downs, the Chief Administrative Officer for Credit Valley Conservation, and then Chandra Sharma with the Toronto Region Conservation Authority, that we listen to them first, and then we'll go back.
Should we do a confirming bylaw? Just leave it because
Yeah.
we didn't leave.
Actually, the clerk's raised a good point. I would like to call just before, no, you come forward, Chief, but just before we go into the deputation, if we could do a confirming bylaw on what has been dealt with to this point in time.
Yeah.
All in favor then? Opposed, if any? Carried. Yeah. Welcome, Chief.
Good morning. Well, thank you for the opportunity to provide members of the Regional Council for an update on the progress of Peel Regional Police. I mean, I first have to say that I think our progress is directly as a result of our great working relationship with the members in the community, as well as the Regional Council, as well as our Police Services Board. So the standards that I wanted to remind everybody, just with respect to, there's a lot of discussion going on with regard to the future of policing, and currently under the Police Services Act of Ontario, there are 5 core responsibilities for policing. Thank you. There are 5 core responsibilities for policing. So this slide just demonstrates the 5 responsibilities. One is law enforcement, obviously. Assistance to the victims of crimes. I think a lot of people don't realize that that's actually one of our core responsibilities as well. Public order maintenance, emergency response, as well as crime prevention. So I'll just start it by going to take you through several slides today, and then I'll be open to questions through you, Chair. I think I've lost my PowerPoint here, so. Okay, sorry, just so I can see it. So the 2014 annual report has been provided. I believe everyone received a copy. This is our organizational report card, as you say, if you compare it to the schools. And it talks about our strategic goals and our priorities and as the results of the crime trends. In 2014, we had approximately 608,000 calls to our communications. So that 608,000 calls came to our Communications Bureau. So this included 354,000 911 calls and 254,000 non-emergency calls. And as crime rates continue to decrease, the sustainability of policing has become a major concern for communities across Canada. So we're using our crime rates to measure the effectiveness of policing. It does not accurately reflect the complexity or the spectrum of what policing do. So today I'm hopefully going to take you through some of the discussions of what we've been doing and to update you on what's going on within Peel Police. As we all know, police are now the only 24/7 public service available to deal with any needs within the community. And the traditional measures of reporting police workload through crime rates does not accurately reflect our overall workload with respect to what we do and the complexity of what we do. Mental health calls, increased technology, the mass volumes of data and downloading pressures are not reflected in these measures, and they all come with a significant cost. It's important to continue to inform the public on the successful and the diverse work that Peel Regional Police continue to undertake with our community partners. The nature of policing has evolved and is continually changing. The complexity of crime, as mentioned earlier, refers to the enhanced level of investigations that are required as many crimes have sophisticated technology implications. So I wanted to talk to you today about two examples. The first example I want to mention is our Internet Childhood Exploitation Unit. So a significant challenge in the ICE unit, what we call it. So investigators are faced with the fact that they were seizing materials that is not uncommon for to be the size of a 1 terabyte, which contains millions and millions of data images with respect to child pornography. So in 2013, the total amount of data seized by the ICE unit exceeded 21 terabytes. And I think last year when I spoke at Regional Council, I talked about 1 terabyte investigation, and if you printed up all the papers for 1 terabyte, it's the height of the CN Tower. So we have seen an increase in internet childhood exploitation within Peel. The number of individuals charged has increased by 90%. 90% is a large percentage, but you know, if we put it down to actual cases, we had 24 cases in 2008, and last year we had 46 cases of where people were arrested. And I can say that in 2014, Peel Regional Police were responsible for rescuing 9 victims who were identified through childhood exploitation and child pornography sites. I didn't bring a video of this. This is a picture of a capture. So this is a case a couple of years ago of a homicide of a young woman who was killed and dismembered. And she was dismembered and the body parts were located throughout various areas in Toronto and Mississauga. So the officers, in order to demonstrate the offender's location, were able to, and we have an officer who works in our technological crime unit, Constable Sean Quinn. So he got onto the website and he discovered some forensic software, and he was able to create software that was able to track the GPS of the culprit's phone. So what you see, and it's hard to see in the picture here, you'll see the blue line that talks about active log. He was able to trace this and create a video for court to demonstrate. And then you see the pin marks is actually where, this is where the torso was dropped in the suitcase. And apparently they didn't spell the word dropped correctly, so I might have to speak to them about their spelling. But when they presented this in court, the judge was amazed, and it really sells the message to say this is how we were able to track this offender to the location of the dump sites. So he created a video, and I saw the video, and I thought, I know how busy you are, so but the video is actually very interesting to watch, to think the amount of detail that went into not only identifying the offender, but then tracking him and then trying to visually demonstrate it for court so we can convince the jury and the judge that we have, beyond a reasonable prospect of conviction, that this person is the one responsible for this and able to do this. So this was an officer, Quinn, came up to our Chiefs Management Group and received a Chiefs Challenge coin for this excellent work, because this is something we have not seen before. These are things you see on TV, and I've talked about it before in front of this council, to talk about the CSI effect is really having an impact on policing, because when juries go to court, they actually expect to see all these great things they see on TV, but the things they see on TV are really not based on reality. So it's happy to see that Constable Quinn took it upon himself to he was trying to decide, how am I going to demonstrate this? So the judge was very impressed, the Crown Attorneys, and to say, this is just one example of the complexity. So we were able to track this offender through his GPS. And it's good to know this gentleman was convicted of second-degree murder, and he got an 18-year sentence last year for this. So the workload pressures. So some of these slides I'm going to talk about in the future is going to be road safety, the banquet hall disturbances, domestic disputes, mental health occurrences, our aging population, and our courts. These are themes I think most of you will know that they're reoccurring, and but the slides I'm going to demonstrate to show you, these are how the Peel Regional Police are feeling the impact of these pressures. So earlier we heard about some gentleman, and he thanked me for his work as he left. He talked about the traffic pressures of the tractor trucks up at Mayfield and Dixie, and I should let you know that I have already sent an email off to Deputy Chief Adams, who's got road safety services under his command, to look at that with respect to how it relates to Brampton and how it will impact on those. So you can see here by this slide that traffic is a huge concern for Peel Regional Police. Road safety, so much so that we have actually changed our traffic unit to now be called road safety, because it's not just traffic, it's all road safety we're concerned of. And I can tell you from the neighboring jurisdictions, they are seeing a decrease in traffic enforcement by the officers. So the officers are no longer giving out tickets to the degree, so much so that a lot of the provincial courts in your neighboring jurisdictions are actually closing because the officers are not laying tickets. But I can tell you in Peel Regional Police, we are continuing to lay charges, and you can see that there's been an increase in charges over the last couple of years. Our number, so last year we gave out 98,000 tickets. 31,000 tickets were for speeding. 25,000 were for the other HDA, and other Highway Traffic Act offenses are like, failed stops at the stop sign, fail to surrender your license, or you fail to have a proper permit. We're still seeing an increasing number of driving while distracted, and I challenge all of you today, if you haven't seen it on your way to work, I'm sure on your way home from work, you'll get stopped at an intersection, and you may be the only person who's not on your phone. So we are continuing, bless you, we are continuing to lay charges with respect to that. So we're seeing an increase in that. We talk about distracted driving becoming the new impaired, because distracted driving is now taking over for road safety concerns within policing, but it's also important to know that on average, we're still arresting 4 people per day for impaired driving in the region. And if you follow our Twitter, you actually see that a lot of them are actually 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. So people are thinking that, if I come home at 7 or 8 in the morning and the police aren't going to stop me, and they're not going to, maybe I've slept it off in the parking lot of the bar, or that maybe I'm still okay because no one's going to stop me for impaired driving at that time of the morning. We're seeing a trend on that. So I think I've mentioned to you before, the average age for impaired driving is still 37, 38. That really hasn't changed. But you can see that our stats go up. So at 21 Division, which is the division here attached to the regional building, an impaired driver can take 2 to 5 hours to process. And the average court time, the appearances before court, so an officer doesn't make the arrest, they spend 2 to 5 hours doing the arrest and the paperwork. Then they spend 1 to 3 days or court appearances for that court case to be dealt with. That has an impact, a financial impact on the police service. It also has an impact because when that officer's in court or in the division doing the paperwork, 2 to 5 hours, they're not out on the road. One fatal accident last year involving an impaired lasted approximately 22 and a half hours. 27 officers were involved, because this involves the Uniform Patrol, the Regional Breath Unit, the Major Collision Bureau, our Forensic Identification Bureau, our Road Safety Services, our Duty Inspector. So, these are some of the statistics we look at when we talk about the complexity of the investigations we're doing. Fatalities is a big concern. As you can see, we were going down in 2013, so last year I was happy to report we've seen a decrease. So clearly I'm very unhappy this year to see that we've actually skyrocketed up to a high of 31 now. This year to date, we've already had 10 fatalities. So you could say we're halfway through the year, so maybe we're on better trend for this year, but 10 fatalities is still far too many. So road safety services is still a major priority for Peel Regional Police. Of the 10 fatalities this year, 4 were pedestrians. And you'll see that we've got a campaign to address that in the future. So I've often asked when I meet with councillors or with the mayors that say, can you tell us, where are we seeing these trends? So, I thought, okay, well, let's demonstrate where are we seeing this. So this is a map that we had created. This demonstrates the fatalities since 2010 in the region. So the yellow is the single fatalities. The red dot is the double fatalities. So you can see that why traffic enforcement is critical. Road safety services and the divisions each have a division. Each division has a divisional traffic unit. Road safety services go out, and we have a road safety service analyst who actually looks at these locations, and then officers are deployed to these high incident locations for enforcement. So I just want to let you know that we are working on that. They say that I've asked road safety services, so what is the main trends we're seeing with respect to fatalities? What's the main cause? And it seems to be excessive speed and basically an inattentive to their driving conditions. So I'm a very visual person. So if you've seen my presentations before, you know that I think a picture says 1,000 words. I'm going to talk a few more. I'm going to give you more of my 1,000 words here, though. So last year, 3 drivers, including 2 brothers, were involved in a street racing incident. Speeds were traveling 50 kilometers over the posted speed limit. So one of the brothers lost control of his vehicle. It rotated, slid across the roadway. It struck a tree, shattered into pieces, and he was killed instantly, as you can see from the photos. The victim's brother remained at the scene. He was in another vehicle. He indicated to police that he was not involved in the race, and he did not know who the other person was who fled. So the investigation begins. Investigation revealed later on, and the brother and another person were charged. So 3 people were involved in this street race incident. The victim's brother was arrested. He was charged with criminal negligence causing death. The other driver was also charged with criminal negligence causing death. The brother was charged with public mischief and the fact that he falsified his report to the original police. So on April 14th this year, both drivers pled guilty to dangerous driving. They were sentenced to time served, 2 days. Probation and mandatory counseling, 2 days for that. So this year, I've asked Deputy Adams, so how many street racing charges have we laid this year? We've already relayed 71 charges. So street racing is for 50 kilometers over the posted speed limit. So this is these Fast and Furious movies, this, the media, that the kids think that this is acceptable behavior. So this is a concern in our community, and say the time and work and the effort, and let alone the tragedy this has on the community, has a long-lasting impact. So we're focusing on that as well. I talked about 4 pedestrians this year already we've lost. So 4 since January 1st. And we've lost 48 fatalities since 2010. So we break down the fatalities and the pedestrians, and we focus on those areas. So last year we developed this campaign because, the kids are in these days are focusing on, and I think it's not even just limited to the kids. A lot of people you'll see if they're walking down the street, they're looking at their phone, and they're not paying attention to the intersection. So I think you as drivers see that all the time. This is one of our summer students last year, so she was so thrilled to be part of this campaign. And to say The Walking Dead seems to be the new trend. The kids are always watching that TV show. I can tell you I haven't seen TV in a while, so I haven't seen the show. But so this apparently message really resonated with the students. So we're going to be targeting that. So you may see more our tweet account. I can't even say the word. Our Twitter account. Well, you'll see more campaigns on this. And we're actually just looking at also posting a lot of these advertisements and signs and messages for health and safety in our bus stops as well. So you should be seeing them come out soon as well. Last year I talked about this as well, and I talked about how Superintendent White from 21 Division and her command team are looking at this. So we're still seeing an issue with respect to last year that made the media when we had the big mansion party and all the 80, and this is, remember, the officers actually knew about the party before it occurred. They, through social media, they approached the mother and said, you know what, your son's arranging a big party, and you don't realize that, if you build it, they will come. So if you announce a big party at a big mansion, everyone will come in from everywhere, and they did. So we're still looking at that. We're still having an issue also with the large venue banquet halls. 2014, you can see the calls for service. So 1,700 hours equates to just over $102,000 worth of police time. So this year alone, from January to May 12th, we've had 84 calls for service, 239 officers, 300 hours of policing, and 14 people have been arrested. So while the division have been doing a really good job of reaching out to the banquet hall saying you need to ensure that, the people who are coming, that they don't exceed capacity. The issue is that, the Alcohol Gaming Commission and the bylaw officers, they are all feeling the impact of these large venue events that are occurring. And this doesn't just impact at the banquet hall, it impacts on the businesses and the communities adjacent to the banquet hall. So that's a big issue for policing as well. Domestic disputes. Each year for the past year, we've actually seen, they've remained relatively stable, but it's important to see that, over 8,000 occurrences last year. It's 22 domestics a day that officers are responding to, 22 domestics a day. So on average, it takes 7 hours, because there are prescribed forms by the ministry, which officers have to fill out. They have to fill out their notes, and then the court package processors do the paperwork. So they have a big impact. Last year, we are down, for charges laid, we're down 17 from last year, so there's been not that much of a change, despite the fact that Rick Hawes, our domestic violence coordinator, does so many community events and talks about domestic violence, but we're still seeing a big impact on policing with respect to that. Mental health occurrences, and I think this impacts on every police service across Canada, and I know I've spoken about it many times. So, and I know that we have a research project going on with Dr. Duxbury in Carleton University and Michael Holinsky, who's one of our PhD students, doing some work with both hospitals, specifically William Osler and Brampton, to talk about reducing the wait time. So when officers apprehend somebody under the Mental Health Act, they bring them to the hospital. And under the Mental Health Act of Ontario, they are required to wait with the patient until the patient is admitted in. So we have been able to reduce our wait time because that was having a huge impact, but still it's important to know that, while the wait time is still 2.5 hours, the total time on the call by the time the officer gets dispatched, before they identify what the issues are and they make the decision to apprehend the person and bring them to the hospital, and then once they get released from the hospital, once they do their notes, it's 7.6 hours. So we're still dealing with 13 of those a day. We also have our COAST program, which is a community outreach and support team. So this is we used to deal with the St. Elizabeth nurses. We now actually, it's now the Canadian Mental Health Association are now supporting financially the crisis services nurses who ride with a police officer who wears plain clothes, and they respond to mental health calls. And this is in order to reduce 2 uniform officers attending to a call for somebody who's suffering from mental illness. So the COAST team go out with the nurse and the officer, and they hope to deal with the individual in a way that doesn't involve an apprehension and taking them to the hospital. They're looking to provide the family with support. Often they're repeat customers, so the families and the individuals themselves get to know the COAST team, and they call the COAST team directly. But as you can see, for the last several years, their workload is increasing. Our aging population, so currently we're only at 16.9% of our population is aging over the age of 60 years. And you can see we've done a projection into the year 2031 with respect to the increasing aging population. This also has an impact with the amount of people that are going missing each year. Excuse me. So in 2014, there were 172 people who went missing over the age of 60 years. I've got one example. You see the note there, PRP responded to the hospital, and then a nurse wrote a beautiful letter and talked about the professionalism and the attitude of the officers when dealing with this person who went missing. And this is a gentleman who went missing, an 89-year-old man who went missing around Kennedy and Beauvais, and he wasn't able to speak or write his name. So the 2 officers attended, and they ended up spending 3.5 hours with the gentleman trying to identify where he came from because he was unable to communicate. So we were, fortunately, the family members finally noticed that their father was missing, and they were able to make contact with the police and were able to locate him. But as the population increases, we will see an increase on the resources by policing when we get called regarding missing people. Courts is something I've spoken about in past presentations. As you know, we have probably the second busiest, and sometimes I challenge the stats. I think we're the first busiest courthouse in Ontario. There are currently 40 courtrooms at the Davis Courthouse. With the future expansion, because of the increasing caseloads and the complexity of the trials that are no longer, being resolved in 1 or 2 days, they're actually taking much longer than that. They're adding 6 more courtrooms to the courtroom. So. Each year, like I say, last year, Peel Regional Police laid over 27,000 criminal charges. So with the addition of the 6 courtrooms, it's going to require more resources for police, as the Police Services Act requires, that the Chief of Police and through the board are responsible for the security of the courthouse. And the management of the prisoners. So I talked about last year with respect to the increasing workload. As a result of the construction project going on right now, some of the judge and jury trials have been moved to Kitchener, Milton, and Orangeville. So this year we've had 6 cases moved from Peel Courthouse to Kitchener, Milton, and Orangeville. So that requires that we have to re-subpoena them to say you're now required by subpoena to go to these courtrooms. And quite often, the officers are actually then being asked to pick up the witnesses and take them out and then make sure they get back to the region of Peel. And the fact is, this also has an impact on policing, is that the officers are no longer in the region. Right now, if the officers are in court and something happens within the region, they can respond. And we've seen that happen many times throughout my years here. But when they're in Kitchener, Orangeville, and Waterloo, their ability to respond to issues within the region are impacted as well. So I wanted to put you on alert for saying this is an issue coming. So Superintendent Lee Weir is the officer in charge of courts, and he met with people from the MAG just yesterday with respect to the courtrooms. They're now advising us they're actually going to be expanding the prisoner holding cells in the basement as well. So it's not just the new 6 courtrooms. So those will have future impacts on our police resources as well as our budget. Last year, I talked to you about the fact that defense lawyers were coming forward and saying that my client cannot properly defend himself in court because he is not being fed the proper meals. So as the president of the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police last year, we wrote to the Ministry of the Attorney General and said, we have discovered that there are certain areas within the province that the correctional facility provides the lunch with the prisoner when they get to court, and so it's not the responsibility of the police department to be paying for that. And we've received a response back from the ministry saying that they're going to continue with that. So it's important to know that Maplehurst Detention Centre does not provide meals. Peel Regional Police, as you know, gets a prisoner, an upload from the courts, from the ministry, the province, with respect to prisoner transport and prisoner care, and including meals. Last year, we saw an increase of $18,000 over the previous year with respect to just regarding to the food provisions, and the cost for feeding our prisoners at the courthouse is a little over $103,000. So very similar to the map for fatalities, because as you know, I'm visual, and I think it's important for everyone to see the map. So we talk about firearms being seized, because I also don't want to give you the impression that Peel Regional Police are only dealing with missing people, people suffering from mental illness and traffic. They're also dealing with very serious criminals out there, and as you can see, there has been an increase in seizures and firearms. So this is the visual map to see where we're seizing the firearms, so you can look and determine where you can see where they're being seized from. In 2014, we seized 620 firearms, which is an increase of 59 firearms. And I also want to say, this is actually, these are just the ones we're finding. So we did an amnesty program this year. I think over 300 firearms were lawfully turned in to people, because sometimes people have guns left over from their parents and they don't want them. So this is the first year we've done that. And we will continue that in future years. But the 620 firearms is an increase of 60 firearms. These are the ones the officers are locating. So to give you an example, so in a traffic stop, officers conducted an investigation. The driver was subsequently arrested for possession of marijuana. As he's being led away from the accused, he's attempted to discard 2 rounds of 9mm ammunition. So a subsequent search of the accused motor vehicle, we located a 9mm semi-automatic loaded pistol. In another example, officers conducted a traffic stop to investigate the driver for a highway traffic infraction. Results, the driver being arrested for a criminal code offense. The driver provides confidential information which led to the arrest of 2 parties for a robbery, and the robbery and the seizure of a fully loaded Tech-9 machine gun and an ounce of cocaine. So it was a fully loaded Tech-9 machine gun in our community. Our community safety model, this is something we've started in the last couple of years. We're working with collaboratively with partners in the community, trying to identify local solutions, not only to crime, but to victimization and community safety and wellness. We have Peel partners from the Region of Peel, from the executive team, city councilors, area residents, supportive housing in Peel, and various other community groups. Last year, 45 situations came forward to the community safety, the situation table. 20 were from Peel Police, 22 were from the City of Mississauga, 1 was from the Victim Services of Peel, 1 came from Supportive Housing in Peel, and 1 came from the YMCA. Almost in all, Peel Regional Police has taken the lead, with the exception of 1, from what I understand. But I think we're hoping to eventually not be the lead in all these cases because they're not always crime-related. One example was that 22 Division had been experiencing problems in Brampton with respect to the sex trade workers working at certain areas. So one constable took it upon herself to identify the sex trade workers. She arranged for 16 different agencies to work with these women, and she brought them forward to the jury. And so it was an off-site location, not police-related. She connected these women with social services to assist them. And we say, and I haven't brought the video today, but we've seen evidence of a video I've presented to the Police Services Board that this officer, one woman gives a testimonial and talks about how this woman, you know, she's in her mid-50s, how she's been on the sex trade worker for over 20 years, and how this officer made such a dramatic change in this woman's life that she's no longer involved in the sex trade industry. She's got her life back on track. She's able to reconnect with her family. And as a result, we submitted Constable Heather O'Connor for the Community Safety Award for the Ontario Women in Law Enforcement. So she received that award in May, and we've recently been advised that she's going to win the first ever Peel Regional Police will ever be recognized internationally by the International Association of Women Police for her Community Safety Award. So good work by Constable O'Connor at 22 Division. Thank you. We also last year conducted a survey for our break-and-enters for our business victims. So the previous year in 2013, we conducted a survey for our residents, and in 2014, we conducted a survey for the business owners. And I'm happy to report, as you can see, that 90% of the victims agreed we met or exceeded their expectations. And this is actually a really positive thing, to think that you're getting a 90% rating from somebody who's been victimized and had their company vandalized. Unfortunately, we've seen an increase in the commercial break-and-enters, and although we're working hard to solve them, they are one of the most difficult break-and-enters to solve. Our solvency rate is not as high as it should be, but the customer service, I think, the people who have been victimized, you know, the fact that they're talking about the call takers being awesome, and the fact that the officer was understanding, cooperative, and helpful. We also have increased our response time to the fact that we actually now send officers from the Crime Prevention Services to go over and do a CPTED audit, a crime prevention through environmental design audit of their business to help prevent future incidents. So, and I think that's received very positive feedback. Last year, Peel Regional Police were the first to bring out text to 911. So what I don't want is everyone texting 911 right now, but because text to 911 is it's a future initiative by policing in the province, but we had to bring it out for the deaf and hard of hearing. So we were the first ones to bring it forward. We've also in-house created this automatic number. So we call it Annie Alley because it's so much easier than saying automatic number information. Basically what it means is if I'm in trouble and I dial or I text 911, the dispatcher, the communication should be able to find you through your GPS location from your phone. So this is really good news. People have the perception if they dial 911, and as people are going away from the home phones, a lot of people no longer have home phones. Most people have, and it's important. I mean, a few years ago, there was a case in Calgary that, you know, someone dialed 911, and Peel Police became involved because their phone was still registered to their house in Peel. So the Peel Police were responding to it, and we realized the person was phoning from 911 from Calgary. So we've identified that this is an issue, and to say we now have we're the only police service in Ontario that has the text and the 911 capabilities, and to locate them. So good news for the people who are working internals who did this. In May of this year, there was a National Youth Arts Week, and to say Constable Camille Chamber is pictured there, and she worked with students from Cardinal Leger, St. Mary's, Harold Offen, And they had the opportunity to work alongside an artist, Basil Jardine Wong, to paint a mural at the Max Milk Store at 130 Queen Street East in Brampton. This is one of the many things that, the Community Safety Bureau and the Crime Prevention and Youth Ed, that these are working with the students. There's nothing worse than I could see as I'm driving down the streets and I see spray paint on different mailboxes and garbage cans and on buildings that it shouldn't be. So we were trying to harness the artwork to beautify the side. Max Milk has been a great partner with Peel Police over the years because they give out the coupons for the Freezy Frosties that the officers can give out to students who are doing a great job in the schools. So this is just one other example I wanted to show you about our community partnerships. So we have our Yippee program. I think most of you be familiar with that. So each year, since 2009, we have been hiring summer students, 15 per year, to work with Peel Regional Police. And I think I've talked to you about in the past that it's always great to get down the very first day to see this group of 15 kids. They're identified through the school and through the Children's Aid Society and Big Brothers Big Sisters. A lot of times these are children living in at-risk communities, or they've been identified as saying, they need a little more structure, so they're handpicked. And these are the comments from the previous Yippies that have gone on. So the next program starts in a few weeks because I've been asked to go up and give speaking notes when they first get here. Talk about fun, memorable, full of life experience, loved it, best experience of my life, educational, eye-opening. Not only does it impact on these 15 kids who come in for the summer, but it impacts on their friends. And it's funny that at the end of the year, at the end of the summer, when they're saying, okay, thanks very much, good luck next summer getting your summer employment, often most of them want to come back, and they're trying to find out how they can come back. I get a quote here from one of our officers now. So Constable Ryan Nelson, who commenced his career with Peel as a Yippee student. He then later became a cadet and is now a constable with us. He says, prior to becoming constable with Peel Regional Police, I was fortunate enough to have been given the opportunity to work with Peel Police in the Youth in Policing Initiative in 2009, and then the cadet program in 2010. At this time, I was able to gain a wealth of experience and knowledge, which assisted me in my decision to become a police constable. It has been a lifelong goal of mine to become a police officer, and I have never been so grateful to have been given the opportunity to work with Peel Regional Police in the community where I grew up. I am thankful to have been given the chance to work for such an exceptional organization. And as of yesterday, I think yesterday we hired our third person from the Yippee program. So we hired a cadet yesterday, and they went through the Yippee program as well. So it's been a really positive experience. And actually, it has a great positive experience on the officers as well, working with these kids, because it really makes them, appreciate and get firsthand knowledge and stories about what the kids are thinking about the police in the community. So I'm almost nearing the end of my slides, and sorry in case I'm losing any of you here. Parapan Games and Pan Am Games are coming up, so I wanted to let you all know that Peel Regional Police has been working with the Integrated Security Unit and preparing for this. As you know, Pan Am is going to have karate, judo, taekwondo, and wrestling. And then in August, the Parapan Games are going to have wheelchair rugby, powerlifting, and goalball. So we're working with the security unit and the 8 other municipal police services, which is all being overseen by the OPP. So we have that well in hand. Superintendent Colleen Fawcett is the lead on that, and the executive lead on that is Deputy Chief Brian Adams. Keeping our community informed. Our visits to our Peel Regional Police website continue to increase at 1.5 million visits. We currently now have 45,000 followers on our Twitter account. I've recently met with Superintendent Mumby, who's in charge of corporate communications, and we've talked about making it more visual and getting out to not just talk about where the accident locations are. We want to make it much more informed as to really what Peel Police are doing out in the community, so then people can actually come out and see us at what we're doing best. So. We issued 359 news releases last year, and that was on missing persons and major crimes. But I really think it seems to be, with the involvement of social media, that seems to be the way the community wants to hear the news from the Peel Regional Police. And my last slide is just to demonstrate for the 4th consecutive year we've been named Canada's top employers for young people. And that includes our Yippee program, our cadet program, the co-op students we have working for us, our summer students, as well as last year we hired our student from community living. So that concludes my presentation, Chair. I'll be back in November to present the 2016 budget. It's still early in the budget process. However, at this time, there are no known risks to our service, hopefully meeting the net tax levy increase of the 2%. Subject, any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chief. And I do have a list, but before we entertain questions to you from members of council, I just wanted to recognize the presence of Deputy Chief Dave Jarvis, as well as Deputy Chief Chris McCord and Deputy Chief Brian Adams, who have joined you today, and also the Chair of the Peel Regional Police Services Board, Lori Williamson. Thanks, gentlemen, for being here.
Thank you.
Councillor Sprovieri.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chief, for the presentation. Sounds like you got a big job in your hands, and the job is becoming more complicated every day.
It is.
Yeah, it's just listen to all the challenges you have to go through to do the job. Just a question I have on those, I guess now they're called tech guns. Before they used to be called machine guns.
That's right.
Kind of the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Were they picked up by spot check? Was it just?
This was a random highway. There's a Highway Traffic Act stop. So someone would have been stopped for committing an offense under the Highway Traffic Act, and once the officer started talking to them, they arrested them for a criminal offense. So the person who was stopped for the traffic offense then provided information as to, probably trying to get out of the traffic ticket, provided information with respect to, hey, I know two guys who have done a robbery and have a machine gun. So that's how that information came to light.
Yeah. So are they American originally from the States, or are they from Canadian-made, these guns?
These guns, actually, I think they come. A lot of the guns come from the States. They're being brought up. So.
Yeah. No, I don't know whether you want to comment on the issue. It's been very sensitive lately on the carding issue. I always thought that was a very a good tool for discouraging people from at least discouraging some people from carrying weapons and drugs and whatever, knowing that there may be a possibility that they may get stopped and be checked. Now, is that going to hinder whatever new approaches are coming along? Is that going to hinder those efforts?
Well, the province, as you know, has announced they're going to do a full review on street checks. So in Peel Police, we do street checks. And I have been out in the community talking about this and talking about the Police Services Board, so I welcome the question. Street checks provide an invaluable investigative information to solve crimes. Not only do they put people, the officer submits a street check for very specific reasons. In Peel Regional Police, we have a directive that talks about the 6 reasons. So if somebody phones in, it says 3 o'clock in the morning, there's kids out in the park, they're breaking windows, the officer goes out. If they're breaking windows, then they'd be arrested. But if the kids are out there just having a cigarette, or they're just out there talking, and the officer feels there's something more going on, there's something suspicious, then they may document them in a street check. So that information later on, if we find the school is broken into that night, then the crime analyst in the morning would know that at least I know these 3 kids were in that park at that time. So our officers do submit street checks. I was trying to explain this the other day to someone, and I say, probably the best example I can use is from my own policing experience was when I did the review of Paul Bernardo years ago. So Paul Bernardo was raping women for over a course of years. 25 women he raped that we're aware of. He killed 3 women. But once he realized he was operating specifically in Scarborough, but when he realized the media attention and they started putting in all these posters looking for the Scarborough rapist, he then moved to Mississauga and Oakville and Hamilton and St. Catharines. So if an officer, and when we did the review, we found that many officers had contact with Paul Bernardo, but we were able to find that out through CPIC because none of the officers submitted a street check. So if I'm out in the middle, in the middle of 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I came across him, I would be investigating him, and he comes up with the reason why he's skulking around, and he was doing a lot of skulking in backwood neighborhoods and on streets because he was targeting a lot of his victims from the TTC, the buses. So if the officer met with Paul Bernardo and wrote the information in his notebook, and then that was it, nobody else in the police service would know about that. And I think that was the issue that was identified through Justice Campbell. But if the officer then said, you know what, this guy doesn't live in this area, there's no reason he should be out here in Port Credit, I'm going to put a street check in on him, then it's documented for other officers to access and crime analysts to see, okay, so why was this guy out at 3 in the morning in this community when he doesn't live in Mississauga, he lives out in Scarborough. So, but the officers are not out conducting random checks. They're not conducting, there's no, in Peel, there's no performance measurements, so there's no quota system. I think the media have talked about quota systems that officers are sometimes faced
That's
with.
for parking tickets.
So we actually don't have that quotas at all in Peel, because we really want targeted enforcement on crimes or our offenses. So that's what's going on. So the Peel Regional Police Services Board have asked me to conduct a review, and I think in light of what's going on in the province, I've already been conducting a review and looking at our own street checks, and I will continue to do so. And I think we will be working with the community, and the chiefs of police will be working with the ministry or the province to set standard guidelines so all police services act the same. Because I think as the president of the OACP, I recognize that not all police services are acting the same. And I'm proud to say, Peel Regional Police have had a directive in place for numerous years talking about street checks. And these are the reasons why an officer would conduct a street check. And not all police services have that.
I understand, and I totally agree with keeping that going, and just you have to refine it somehow. But I think it's a good tool. And
We have to ensure that people's human rights aren't being infringed, and that's a big issue. So I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Starr.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
I mean, it's just wonderful. And one of the parts I really like here is the interaction between the frontline officers and the public and the volunteerism and how they get involved. And I've really noticed that more and more, and probably in the last, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, where they are getting involved in volunteerism. They see them at events and they are participating. And I think that's great for the community. Just keep that up, because I think it really allows the public to have more trust. They just don't show up and when there's incidents or accidents or tickets. They're part of our community, and I think that's so important.
Thank you.
How many frontline officers would be out in the public? I know we have 2,000.
Yes, we do.
How many on a daily basis are actually out there?
Well, there's 4 divisions plus the airport division. So each of the divisions have approximately over 250 officers assigned. So there's patrol zones designated to each of the divisions. So each division, depending on the day and depending on where the officers are, there could be up to 60 or 70 officers out in the road at the time.
Yeah.
Or less, right? So they could be 60 to 70, but they could be in schools and doing presentations or in the IDENT Bureau out there. So it depends on the day. It also depends on the time. So
Is that whole area of the, interaction with the schools, is that growing, your participation and working with the school boards? Are you assigning, is there more assignments of officers there? Or?
Well, currently there's an officer assigned to every high school. And then we have officers assigned, they share, so each officer has, the neighborhood policing officer also has 3 feeder schools. There hasn't been an increase. Right now we have a research project going on with respect to both school boards and to look at the work that the officers are doing, to try to capture the value, the social return on the investment that we're putting into putting these officers into schools.
And I know that you and I chatted one time regarding the certainly cell phones and young people. I have to tell you that just recently I was telling Mayor Thompson, I was I was on Burnenthorpe, red light. I mean, I drive a rather large SUV, and this young lady just, boom, just walked right into me. And then she looked at me as if I hit her.
Like it was your fault.
And but the red light and all the rest of it, and then all of a sudden, but it's happening, and I watch for that now because you see more and more of that, and I don't know how you educate people, but anyway, that's something else.
We have been trying.
Yeah. The other thing too is the education for officers with respect to mental health issues and dementia and Alzheimer's, because those curves are going crazy. I mean, what are we doing to, help the officers? Realize that when sometimes there is a difference, it could be not an altercation, but it's a mental health issue. Or I can tell you in my own case, this happened family-wise, and I can tell you the 2 officers that showed up recognized that one officer just shook her head, saying, "What's going on here?" Well, it's not when dementia and Alzheimer's is out there. I really think that whatever we can do to further educate the frontline officers, especially, I think it's so important because it's a growing curve. And it's going to get worse. I mean, all the articles you read about this, here, the U.S., it's almost like a crisis.
It is. It is, and I mean, talking to other police leaders, it is a crisis. And we had the discussion with my deputies just the other day. We talked about how we're going to need to increase our training bureau, the amount of training that goes on. I can assure you that their officers receive training on mental health issues at the police college as recruits. We also continue the training throughout their course of their career. A lot of our tragic events involving mental health people are overseen by the SIU. Last year, the SIU director asked if he could come in and sit in on our training. And I kind of hesitated. I thought, really? The SIU director is going to sit in on the training? Because it's just like, okay, so he's going to judge our training, and then, because I was thinking, at what level is he then going to be critical of our training when he hasn't been the expertise to see the other training that's been going on? But so we allowed him and his investigators to come in and sit in on our training and participate. We do training through the University of Mississauga, and they were actually really, really impressed with the training the officers received. I think a lot of people underestimate the amount of training that we do provide to the officers dealing with mental health issues, because we deal with so many of these calls.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I just to yourself and the rest of the staff and chair who are here today, it just seems that you're doing a better and better job. So keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish.
Yes, thank you very much. I first want to compliment Staff Sergeant Lauren Cloutier. She's been probably tearing her hair out trying to help us get ready for Canada Day in Malton, but she is one of the most patient people I've ever dealt with. She's fabulous. She's very upbeat. And
She's an excellent officer.
We really appreciate it. I think this is going to be a great event next Wednesday, and it's really good for Malton.
Excellent.
My dad was a policeman in Toronto for 37 years. And it was just when they were starting to hire women. I was at university in a sociology course, and they came to try and enlist people to go into the youth bureau. And I walked home and I said to my dad, I'm going to be a policeman, police person, just like you. Are you kidding me after all I've been through to send you to university? And so instead I ended up a politician, which is probably not a good alternative, but I could have been one of you. My dad just insisted that shift work was not for girls.
You would have loved it.
I'm sure I would have, because I ended up being a high school teacher, and I enjoy working with young people. But I want to thank you very much. Your gold seal on your book is fabulous for your 40th anniversary.
Thank you.
You should be giving those out. We can put them in our cars. We support Peel Police.
Thank you.
But thank you very much, and please pass on my congratulations to Sergeant Cloutier. She's been fantastic.
I will. When she was a sergeant, she worked in our community support bureau. You can see where she's got such great skills. And
wonderful skills dealing with people, and wonderful skills dealing with crazy politicians.
Thank you
Two
very much.
important skills.
You with a gun?
I could have had a gun.
Actually, Councillor Parrish. Councillor Parrish, I think you chose the right profession. All right, that's right. Councillor Palaschik.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thanks, Chief. This was a fantastic presentation. I did have a question. There was a comment by the chair a while back about putting more of a police presence in our neighborhoods for certain areas. And I apologize if you had gone through that. I did have to step out, but I was wondering.
For a cigarette.
For a phone call. I was wondering, where are we with that particular item, having police officers in neighborhoods, staying in that neighborhood, that one officer to try and build relationships?
We actually have officers assigned to the divisions, and they are working in the beats and on the bikes. And the officers who rotate out often do for promotional processes or for career development opportunities, but we don't move officers around. So example, if officers assigned to 22C platoon, that's usually the platoon they stay on, unless they're the masters of their own career. So if they decide they want to go work in the fraud bureau or go work in neighborhood policing or the bike unit, they are the ones who make that transfer, that request. But officers, I think you'll see sometimes there's a movement. We actually, in the last couple of years, the officers who work in the MPU unit have been assigned for 2 or 3 years. The principals have often made the pitch saying, we don't want to lose this officer. He's a great school officer. Can you keep him? And the disadvantage is other officers want to get in and get that opportunity. So for awareness and for visibility, since I became chief. We did a full review back then 2 years ago, and we returned, I think, so we started putting, I did officers who used to be in plain clothes, they're now in uniform, because I figure if they're out there in the community, I want people to know they're the police. So we really increased our presence as a result of doing a review of all our special services and saying, is there a reason why they have to be in plain clothes versus a uniform? And I can tell you, there was a lot of pushback, because people really liked being in plain clothes. But I really wanted them in uniform, so everyone in the community would know when they were driving around who they were. So we're always looking at ways to do that and increasing our beat patrols as well. So
That's great. And when police officers are out patrolling the streets, and is it kind of encouraged that if they see somebody walking down the street, just to stop and say hello, kind of thing? If they're out on their bikes, to strike up conversations and start building relationships?
Very much so. 'Cause, I mean, my whole philosophy is they're the ambassadors, and we get on parades, and the deputies and I are out a lot talking to the young officers, talking about the fact is. And we talked about our community survey that we did a couple of years ago, that the percentage of the population, 91 or 93%, how in favor of us. And the fact that this is based on the fact is we have to have positive relationships. I don't want officers thinking that everyone's out to get them, because I think sometimes they're trained so much to take care of themselves, they forget, for the most part, people actually are really supportive and really are looking for them for help. So I often get emails of compliments about how officers deal with them in a caring, compassionate way, how they just stop them and they interact with them in a positive manner. So we definitely encourage that a lot.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chief, for excellent report. And I know Council very much appreciates when you do your semi-annual report before the Council, and certainly we really appreciate it as board members as well, the good work that you're doing and the reporting that you take through our board meetings. And to Councillor Pleshy's point too, I have noticed and have had comments from the community as well that there is a greater presence within the community. I know we can always do a better job, but we greatly appreciate that you're doing that. I need a motion of receipt then. Moved by Councillor Sato, seconded by Councillor McFadden. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next delegate then is Deborah Martin Downs, Chief Administrative Officer, Credit Valley Conservation. And you brought a familiar guest.
I did, and I was hesitating whether this would be too much of a wound to do, but I thought we should just make him dive in the deep end. So. Thank you, Chair Dale and members of council. And before I begin, and maybe before I guess the police have already gone, I wanted to offer my congratulations to the Peel Regional Police Team who took home the Canoe the Credit trophy yesterday. We were on the water down at the mouth of the Credit in dragon boats, and they handily beat everyone again for, I think it's their 5th year in a row. So we did not, Credit Valley Watershed Warriors did not get a chance to race against them, but we did take home the trophy in fundraising. So we're going to throw down the gauntlet for the police next year, and hopefully they'll try and beat us in the fundraising challenge. So. On a more serious note, thank you for letting us have this opportunity to provide you with a brief overview of our 2014-2015 work program, as well as our future outlook for 2016. Just for the benefit of the new councillors, I thought I would mention that in 2012, TRCA and Credit Valley were requested to appear before council to provide, on a semi-annual basis, to provide updates on our Peel watershed work. So we were asked to be consistent in how we report our information and our accomplishments, so and as well as our budget. So our presentations will look quite similar. We always take a little bit of difference to them, but you will see us look similar. So when I was here in February, I provided council with a copy of our new strategic plan, and since that time we've been operationalizing the directions in it and developing key performance indicators and metrics to guide our work, which is still a work in progress, but hopefully by next year at this time we'll be able to report on those things in our report back. We have had a lot of change in our senior management, with Jerry Robin, who is our former Director of Corporate Services, retiring, Judy Orendorf, who was our Lands and Natural Heritage Manager, and John Kincaid, our Water Resources Director, all retiring from CBC. So we've been busy refilling director positions and reorganizing our departments. And as you know, Jeff Payne, formerly of Peel, was successful in our competition for our corporate services director. So he's my co-pilot today. We also have Tim Mariu, who came to us from Marshall McLean Consulting Engineers. He's our new Director of Watershed Management. And Gail Suchan, who is with Central Lake Ontario Conservation Authority, is our new Director of Watershed Knowledge. So the new department structure has realigned our project areas in some cases and our reports of people to better define their roles and responsibilities, to give them maybe a better technical home to deal with, and to facilitate the flow of work and integration across our program areas. So this is following the Peel format for reporting, and in each of these buckets we highlight our input, our activities, our outputs, and our outcomes. And so I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through any of the details in here. They are in your package that's before you. What we do is we're giving you an outline of each of the 5 capital funding buckets and what's the program areas that are in there. So that's under activities, and then a sampling of the various outputs that we have. This is by no means a complete list of everything that we do. This includes the municipally shared special levy. So I'm just going to provide a few highlights of those things in a couple of slides behind this chart. So this category is CVA-based special levy, and that supports activities that benefit all of our member municipalities throughout the watershed, and that includes support for inventory and reporting on natural heritage features, monitoring and maintaining our conservation area and dam infrastructure. Our monitoring data is very well used by the public and private sector alike, and it serves to flag issues and be available to speed up the decision-making processes as we have an established baseline and some initial information to guide the projects. One of the projects we've completed with this funding bucket has been the developing a natural heritage system for the watershed, and that work is just coming to completion. We've also worked jointly with Toronto Conservation and the City of Brampton to develop a single Conservation Authority natural heritage system for Brampton, which covers about 21% of the city, and this is the resulting work that has been done there. Of course, our work in low-impact development is strongly supported through the region, and this figure depicts the number of low-impact development, or LID, projects that have been implemented for which, throughout the watershed, for which CBC has had some level of involvement in. You can see there's a significant number of projects, and the uptake has been tremendous. In this category of projects, they're funded by Peel Special Levy, so Peel only, and we include a special multi-year funding that was allocated to us from Peel for gauges and floodplain mapping, as well as for stewardship activities for the urban areas and activities that support implementing our credit river water management strategy, and specifically stormwater management, as well as rural and urban outreach. One of the program areas in this funding is a bucket called Green and Corporate Grounds, and we partner with Toronto Conservation Authority on the Projects and Partners in Project Green area, and we engage corporate landowners like Hewlett-Packard, Colliers, Field and Chemical Technologies to modify their properties and to engage their staff at the same time. So team building and environmental improvement all in one good afternoon's work. So there's we have also what's known as a Peel Climate Change funding bucket, and there are 3 separate accounts under that: watershed management, ecosystem management, and education. And just as a reminder, the Peel Climate Change Fund allows us to accelerate and expand on the work we already are doing for the most part and in the other accounts. So you may see duplication in some of the wording and some of the activities that we're doing here. So in the watershed management category, we continue to develop science, monitor installations, and transfer knowledge on water management. And this includes updating the hydrology of the watershed to incorporate climate change to address risk from extreme weather, and developing water management tools and techniques, including our low-impact development work. Earlier this year, Credit Valley Conservation with IMAX Corporation was awarded the prestigious Minister's Award of Environmental Excellence for our work on stormwater management and LID. A lot of the work we've been doing this year has included partnering with area municipalities and private landowners. We launched 4 new commercial and residential demonstration sites. We've provided design input to Peel's Mississauga Road LID retrofit project. We've completed 4 LID retrofit guides. We've completed and posted 12 low-impact development case studies to inform and guide new adopters. We've hosted LID construction seminars, and we've been speakers at over 6 conferences this year. So we've certainly intending to increase the uptake of low-impact development through the industry, and as well to be able to communicate its benefits. For the first time between 14 and early 15, we've been undertaking a flood risk evaluation for flooding due to ice jamming, and to determine a mitigation plan to address it in the Credit and along into Halton Hills as well. This past winter was very much like the winter of 2014, where we watched the ice break up very carefully and provided daily outlooks as well as 7-day forecasts to the municipalities. We had those posted on our website, and they were sent out through other social media channels as well. So we've always taken it very seriously, and we've been with the severe weather we've had the last couple of winters, it's been all that much more important to do. So in the ecosystem project category, we protect, restore, and enhance habitats to aid in managing water, moderating climate, and enhancing resilience of ecosystems to the changing climate. So we do that through with staff through a variety of projects, as well as with numerous volunteers and students, and including those students who contribute through our Conservation Youth Corps program. This year, we completed our nursery expansion as a partnership with Toronto Conservation Authority, which allowed us to double our plant capacity, so it supports their needs for potted material, and they helped us to finance the upfront expansion of the nursery as well. So we're now able to double the capacity of the nursery and to deliver more restoration in Peel. I told you about this project when we were here in February, but we are very proud to say we've completed the sediment removal at Rattray Marsh, and that was about 100,000 cubic meters of sediment that we took out and exposed the native sediments in Rattray Marsh. And so we're waiting for nature to take its course now, and once the native sediments were exposed, we're expecting plants to grow up and to be much more diverse than the plants that were there. So now that this project is done, we are not seeking any more extreme cold weather in the winter anymore. So with any luck, we'll have mild winters from now on. So I also have been talking to you a lot about the impacts of emerald ash borer on our forests and on our conservation areas. Rattray Marsh is the first area we've been in trying to address this issue, and over the winter of fall and winter of 2014-15, we've taken down about 740 trees there so far. There's still about 1,300 more to go. We've had been observing very significant and faster decline than we had actually anticipated. So we had to do some emergency works earlier this season as well to try and get a few very hazardous trees out of the way. We've been doing inventory at our other conservation areas and have determined we have about 4,000 trees to deal with at Terracotta, so double what we've dealt with at Rattray Marsh, and these are just along our pathways and our property boundaries. They're not dealing with the forest itself. At Rattray, we will have to deal with the forest because over 80% of it is ash, and it will fall, and there will be a tremendous dead wood and fire hazard there, so we will have to deal with that. We did inject about 118 trees with triazine, which is an insecticide intended to try and preserve that tree. A lot of our efforts at Rattray have failed so far, so we won't be going. We'll be just having to deal with taking them down there. We do a number of the removals ourselves, but we have contracted out to tree companies some of the more tricky removals, particularly on property boundaries. But just as we're taking the trees down at Rattray, we are tree planting behind the trees that come out, and it'll take many years to restore this canopy, but we are initiating it immediately behind. So we have removed about 740 trees, and we've planted about that many behind as well, and we're trying to use stock that has a decent size to it so that we get a little bit more rapid benefit. We've got any of our community plantings and corporate plantings and our Conservation Youth Corps plantings are heading there to do their work first. So we do, as I said, engage others to help us plant trees and restore habitats, and something we're very proud of is our volunteer program that helps us do work that we wouldn't be able to do or we'd have to pay for. So conservatively across our entire watershed, that saves us about $350,000 in labor. It's about 30,000 hours of volunteer time or 17 full-time equivalents that we use to get this work done on the ground. Those volunteers have planted about 16,000 trees and shrubs and about 7,100 wildflowers this past year. And in the final funding category, we undertake educational and communication activities that help Peel residents understand the role they must play in protecting, restoring, and enhancing the environment to make their communities more resilient to climate change. We do this through school programs, outreach to new Canadians and other landowners. We have a new marketing program with TRCA to market active conservation areas in both our jurisdictions. We have a communications product. It went out in the watershed called Currents. I hope some of you received it in your local newspapers. And that's distributed to more than 200,000 homes annually. And this year's issue was on climate change. And then we have fairly active folks doing social media. They're teaching me to tweet, so we'll see how that goes. Our education goal is to connect communities with nature to promote environmental awareness, appreciation, and action. Our education programs have ripple effects in communities and reach people that other programs can't. And while we can't be certain that the people we reach through these programs will have taken action as a result of our information, we can be fairly certain that if we don't reach them, there won't be action. We do notice a measurable increase in our participant knowledge and understanding of climate change and those environmental issues, and those should have also positive changes in environmental values. We do partner with the Region of Peel through their public works programs, school boards, Riverwood Conservancy, the City of Mississauga, Mississauga and Brampton Libraries, and many other community and social services to reach our audiences. I do want to highlight our new partnership with TRCA to market the CBC and TRCA active conservation areas. We've had a program that has been supported now with Friends of the Greenbelt Foundation and the Central Counties Tourism Board. So Explore Together is our current campaign to raise awareness and visitation at the parks and hopefully to sell memberships as well. We have a new membership program that joins both TRCA's membership program with ours, so one membership gets you into both of our facilities. And we've been hosting there's a single page, a whole page, not ads, but articles in the Star that the third one ran last Saturday, and there'll be one more in July, and we've had two more, one in each month. So they've been reaching about, the Star reaches about 1 million viewers, so hopefully some of you have seen and read those articles. One of the first things we did this year was our Sugarbush Maple Syrup Festival. We opened the Rayhurst Sugarbush Sugar Shack last fall, and so we put it to very good use this year. We expanded our offering. We initially had one weekend, and I'm sure the mayor knew that there's what the sap looked like there. Were you questioning what he was doing there? Yeah. Councillor Downey knew all about it, but he was looking a little skeptical there. So, so we had it open every weekend from the month of March through March break and into Easter weekend. So we drew, normally I think we had about 200 visitors. We drew 6,500 visitors this year to Terracotta alone, and we netted about $35,000 in profits that we wouldn't have had. So I think it was a resounding success, and we look forward to our future activities there. So as part of the report back, you like to know where we are at our budgeting, and so this chart is showing you what our approved budget was for 2015, what our forecast was in 2015 for 2016, what your target is for 2016 that you've asked us to meet, and what the reduction would be to meet that target. In 2015, we forecasted a 6.8% increase and to our total levy amounts. You have asked us to come in at a 3.3% increase, and we have outlined here where that target fits in from our forecast. The bottom line number is we would have to trim over $700,000 to meet that request at this time. I am not in a position to tell you where we're at yet. We are still working on the budget. We have with 3 new directors, as well as trying to figure out how the best way to deal with the budget request. We're still working on that, looking at our costs and our program areas and what that means for us. About 80% of our budget is salary, and so a 3.3 increase basically just allows us to deal with our salary costs for COLA, any pension and OMERS, our benefits adjustments, as well as step increases that come. So that this with an additional cut, it doesn't allow us to start to invest in some of our capital works, as well as new technologies and tools that we are going to need to carry out our work. So in this 2016 increase that we had also upped our Emerald Ash Borer request by another about $150,000 to continue to address and to accelerate the work we were doing on trails and around property boundaries. So with last year's funding, as you heard, we have been hard at it, but we are seeing a change in how the trees are responding to the bug, and it may require speeding up of our efforts. So as with our municipal partners, we are learning as we go as to what's happening with this beast. So what does this mean for our other pressures that we have? As many of you know, we've embarked on a management plan for the Bell Fountain Conservation Area, as well as an environmental assessment for the dam and head pond. We have been also working with Caledon, Peel, and others to look at ways and means of improving the impacts of visitors to the Bell Fountain area. And I know that you've dealt with the Badlands parking area issues last meeting. There may be cost implications coming out of these meetings we're having with the community as well. But the Bell Fountain conservation area is in a desperate need of a facelift. And in fact, a week ago Friday, the terrace collapsed it had been failing, and we in fact that morning at our board had approved a $500,000 contract to rebuild the terrace, and that night it failed. Maybe that was a good thing for the contractor, but it did say we weren't crying wolf. That was the good news. So we have applied for the Canada 150 fund for Bell Fountain, and we put in about over $800,000 to that, but we will require matching funds and to be able to support that application. While we have time to look for other funds and commit other funds, we will need to show funding support should our application be successful. The second area I put here is digital transformation, and we desperately need to invest in information management systems and the digital transformation of CVC. And with Jeff at the helm, there's no better time or person to help us get that done. So we have communication needs at our conservation areas and our nursery that are both expensive and for which the funding is not in place. And finally, one of the reductions, if we to which in the current increase at the 6.8%. What's in there is also an initiation of a Sustainable Neighborhood Retrofit Action Plan program, or SNAP. Brampton Council had passed a resolution asking us to begin one on the CVC side, following the successful pilot that TRCA did on their side. But we would have to take that out of the budget, given that it's a fairly sizable chunk of money. So with that, I would entertain any questions you have, and thank you for the opportunity to chat.
Thanks very much, and I do have the chair of the CVC on my list here, Councillor Inika.
Thank you, and Deb, thank you for the excellent presentation. I will be very, very brief. It's been a long day, but I am putting out a clarion call of what you folks can expect from me for the next 3 years, and I don't think it's going to come as a surprise. What I've come to learn in short order as chair, and before that, the dozen years or so I spent, is, and I hope what you've learned today from the presentation is, at the Conservation Authority, as important as our work is, we really don't do what we want to do. We do only what we can. I want to juxtapose a couple of thoughts going forward. I bring it back to my friends in Mississauga. Emerald ash borer, devastating. What are we going to do? Got to fix it. $54 million over 10 years. The budget for this entity is $22 million total. Let me tell you what $22 million is. Let me tell you what it isn't. We run the city of Mississauga on the operating side for about $600 million. I think Brampton does theirs for about $500 million. The region's about $1 billion. $2 billion is what we sort of collectively spend. Because of legislation, we need to know what our assets are worth in the city of Mississauga. Brampton's no different. Mississauga, according to our most recent study, has $8.4 billion of assets. So we as taxpayers in Mississauga alone, Brampton might match that, have $8.4 billion of stuff. Collectively, we spend $2 billion and change on all those other things, and on what keeps us alive and sustains us and is the legacy that we leave for our kids, we spend $22 million. It's a fraction of 1%. And it's going to change while I'm here. And I think we have an obligation to change it for our children. Mr. Chairman, I've spoken to you with regards to it. I've spoken to our mayor. Some tumultuous times here in Mississauga. We're dealing with a water surcharge. I understand that. But you all know I'm going to want $2 more, a toonie on every water bill, so that when a piece of land comes available that we covet at $5,000 an acre, we don't have to come cap in hand to the region. Deb was talking about the 150 Canada program. We have a lot of things we'd like to do, but in law, we can't say, oh, great, and you'll bring it forward next year. Here's our, you have to pre-approve us to put in our share of an incredible opportunity that may present itself. And I remind you, when you look at the panoply of what we do, the tour we had, as you know, over the last couple of weeks where we visited all our properties, just all of the properties we own, dealing with the climate change file, dealing with the flood risk management file, dealing with low impact development, and dealing with land securement, $22 million, 80% of which goes to salaries. There's a legacy we can leave. There's an opportunity that we have. My friend, the mayor of Caledon, knows it, and because the toonies are coming back to you. I'm buying your land because it's the land we, not your land, but you know what I mean. The Caledon lands, and even further afield. I'm in Erin tomorrow and Hillsburg tomorrow to deal with some issues as well, because it's the legacy that we have to leave. So I'm hoping there will be a new appreciation of not the whole number, but how it fits into the bigger puzzle, because it's got to change. And I say unabashedly to you, before I'm done, we'll be doubling this budget. If you care about the legacy that we're going to leave relative to what we spend on everything else. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is that your short version?
That's the short version.
Councilor Unica, someday I hope you'll tell us how you really feel
Okay.
about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well said, very well said.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I know. Well, I can tell you, I attest to the good work that the CVC does and continues to do, and certainly it was a privilege to have served on that board for 15 years, represented it for 6 as chair, and then moved over for a term to TRCA where I actually met Deb, and you did an outstanding job there as well, I have to tell you. So keep up the good work. A motion to receipt by Councillor Unica, seconded by Councillor Carlson. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chandra, welcome. Maybe you could just introduce who you've brought with you.
Thank you, Chair Dale and members of the Council, for the opportunity to present some of our budget highlights and work. My name is Chandra Sharma. I work as the Director of Watershed Strategies for the TRCA. With me today is Rocco Scambolari, our Chief Financial Officer, and Samir Dalla, Associate Director for Engineering Services. So just for context, this map of TRCA jurisdiction highlights the 3 watersheds within the region of Peel and some of the significant green space we have there. Our budget has 3 broad program categories: watershed, climate, and infrastructure. I will present highlights within all 3 categories, followed by budget information and a brief overview on some of the future pressures. The 2015 planned outputs and overall outcomes for the watershed components of our budget is provided in this slide. I'm not going to go through all the numbers here, but they are pretty impressive. Overall, this component of TRCA's budget deals with public investment priorities such as flood management capacity, watershed planning, monitoring, erosion control, data management, and tools for floodplain mapping. Thanks to your investment, the floodplain mapping and modeling information for Etobicoke Creek has now been updated. And I can say with full confidence that this is probably one of the best modeled and has the best mapping information in all of Ontario. This watershed is now equipped with all of the best information, including 2-dimensional models. Brampton-Esker groundwater study. This was initiated as a follow-up to our watershed technical updates in Etobicoke and Mimico Creek, which indicated that there was a 3-meter rise between 2004 and 2009 within the Brampton-Esker area. Purpose of the study is to increase our understanding of rising groundwater levels in that area and develop management options to deal with those. We know that the 2 special policy areas, Dixie-Dundas and Applewood, received significant flooding during the July 8, 2013 flood event. As a component of the Dundas Connect study, these 3 special policy areas are being comprehensively reviewed and updated in order to establish current land use planning framework in accordance with provincial guidelines. Heart Lake Road ecology is a good example of citizen science. Over 2 years of monitoring to clearly understand the impacts of Heart Lake Road on wildlife and ecology within that provincially significant wetland led to significant support from the Brampton Council and staff to develop 3 eco passages in that area. We are installing one of them this year, and 2 will go in future years. The climate change component of our budget has projects that support Region of Peel climate change strategy, both from the mitigation and adaptation perspective. It was the first step in the process really is to clearly understand historic climate information for the Region of Peel and future projections. So that was developed based on 21 indicators of interest for regional stakeholders. We are in the process of completing 3 risk assessment and spatial analysis of risk for 3 sectors within the Region of Peel, which will be synthesized into a report with adaptation options and resilience strategies for the region of Peel. Spring Creek, this area from 407 down to up to Williams Parkway in the Spring Creek watershed. We are undertaking a two-dimensional modeling for this area to better understand flood management issues and mitigation options. It is for this area. That study is currently underway, scheduled to be completed in August of this year. We know that Malton experienced severe flooding during the July 8th storm. We're working with the City of Mississauga and Region of Peel to provide technical support to clearly understand urban flood and urban drainage issues in this area and develop flood mitigation options. As I've mentioned before, since 2007, since we received climate change funding, our our restoration efforts have been ramped up significantly. The map on your right indicates some of the planting sites within the region of Peel for this year, 2015. Deb mentioned SNAP's Sustainable Neighborhood Retrofit Action Plans. We have 2 in the region of Peel. Brampton was very successful. It was within the county court area. The next one is in Burnham Thorpe, and it's making good progress with 50 households engaged and 2 tower properties, and we hope to achieve some good results within the Burnham Thorpe area, thanks to the support of Councillor Fonseca. We know that Partners in Project Green Pearson Eco Business Zone program has been very successful in achieving driving sustainability through the employment lands within the region of Peel. Electric vehicle network is one of our flagship projects this year, with 60 charging stations being installed within the region of Peel, 30 of which are already in the ground thanks to the leadership of Brampton. Mayor Jeffrey is not here. She attended the launch event recently. Our sector-based energy programs like Greening Healthcare, Mayor's Megawatt Challenge, and Sustainable Schools we're working with the regional Peel municipalities and school boards and hospitals to drive energy savings and greenhouse gas reductions through those programs. Environmental Leaders for Tomorrow program provides an innovative learning experience for eligible grade 6 students in the region of Peel. The classroom learning is combined with outdoor experience and follow-up action projects. The infrastructure component of our budget deals with investment in public infrastructure for improved customer experience within the region of Peel. I will highlight 2 projects within this component. One is our Peel Conservation Land Care program. We are actively managing approximately 5,000 hectares of most critical habitat and 87 kilometers of trail within the region of Peel. Work on Bolton campsite development is currently underway and making good progress. The concept plan for Bolton will be completed end of August, followed by detailed designs and implementation of some infrastructure upgrades later next year. Partnership discussions are ongoing, and several youth programs will run throughout the summer and fall at this site. This is a good news story for the region of Peel. Pan Am Games Equestrian Facility project is completed on time and on budget, and we're really pleased to see the progress on that project. In terms of numbers, we were asked to meet Peel target of 3.3%, which we have met over 2015 budget. With no significant impacts to our project. We've adjusted some of our projects to meet that target, so we are very pleased that we have been able to do that for you. We did that last year as well. In terms of some of the future pressures and risks, I mentioned we are currently undertaking several flood mitigation studies and modelings for various regional Peel sites listed on this slide. As we complete these studies, the flood mitigation schemes may cost millions of dollars, and I think that will be a future pressure for us to look into. The other one is we really thank for the support of Region of Peel. We've been acquiring almost 100 acres per year on average land within the region of Peel, and this is almost a 10% increase annually. At some point, land care cost and comprehensive management of these lands will become a pressure, and we need to revisit that in context of our budgets. That's the end of my presentation, and I'll take any questions now. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I just had a couple comments. Chandra, thank you for being here and giving this progress report, looking both at what's been done over the course of the last number of years, but also in the present and moving into the future. And I just wanted to highlight some of the things sitting on TRCA as a region appeal representative, but also a little bit to what Councillor Yanika was pointing out. Just wanted to highlight the importance of the investments and the time and collaborative support that TRCA has put into the data and the tools that are there, not only for TRCA, but also working in collaboration with the municipalities and the region of Peel. In particular, the climate risk assessment, I think, is extremely important, and the floodplain mapping, so that we are not only in our land use planning able to prioritize, but also when we're faced with looking at issues that we've all been impacted by in terms of climate change, whether it is emerald ash borer, whether it is erosion of our creeks or the watershed, or just in looking at the amount of land that we do have in terms of protecting that. These tools are there to help us make and prioritize on decisions that are extremely important. So I wanted to thank you on that. I think also in terms of collaboration when it comes to public safety, I know that the TRCA, I myself as a councillor, right now, even in the last couple of weeks, there's been a number of times when there's storms that have suddenly come upon us, and the notification of flooding, looking to TRCA in terms of notifications and collaboration with the other conservation authorities and the municipalities in the region are extremely important. And also, as far as the approach that the TRCA has taken, there's both the top-down approach in policies, legislation from the conservation standpoint, but also a bottom-up approach, and I think those are extremely important. And examples of that, well, there's many, many examples of it, but in terms of the SNAP, the Burnham-Thorpe SNAP, and how the TRCA has worked with the community, I think that's extremely important in having them realize, be aware, and be educated on the importance of how we can be more resilient as communities when it comes to addressing not only climate change, but also, again, in terms of adaptation and protection of the and respect for the green space and the environment that we do have. And finally, I just wanted to say also in terms of Partners in Project Green, I think this is an extremely important initiative because we have what the government, what there is in terms of legislation, we have what the conservation authorities have, we have the community, but this really brings in and highlights again, and celebrates what businesses are doing when it comes to water, energy, waste, and celebrating and working with best practices in business, I think is extremely important. And just wanted to say thank you, and I look forward to continuing to sit on TRCA and working with TRCA and representing Region Appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Very well said. And thank you, Chandra, for your presentation. And we ask that you keep up the good work that you're doing at the TRCA, and bring back my thanks on behalf of Council to all the staff at the TRCA as well.
Thank you.
Motion of receipt moved by Councillor Fonseca, second by Councillor Ennis. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Before I suggest that we break for lunch, Councillor Tovey has asked that we bring forward 13.1. It's a motion that I would ask to put on the screen. It's in your agenda, but just to refresh our memories. If you want to just take a quick look at that, and it's been moved by Councillor Tovey and seconded by Councillor Thompson. I'll just give you a few seconds to look at it. Anybody okay? So, any discussion? All in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. We'll break for lunch and ask that the members kindly come back by 1 o'clock. Yeah, I would say 1.
Supermarkets. I would assume Councillor Unica, you want to move that? Seconded by Councillor Innes. Are you okay? All in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Okay, the next item is the 9-2. I learned that from a fellow called Lou Parsons. He used to be a chair of this region 112 years ago. Retail Business Act, Policy Review. 9-2. Any questions, comments? Moved by Councillor McFadden? Or we can ask a question? Oh, okay. Seconded by Mayor Jeffrey. All in favor? You know, you got to look up, you got to look down. That's the problem. And with these dollar glasses, it doesn't work too well. Okay, authorization to execute a servicing and cost contribution agreement, 9-3, Ward 7.
Incorrectly noted as Ward 7.
It looks like Ward 4?
Yeah, but I'm happy to move it if he's not here. Go.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, Councillor Mahoney and Councillor Pelleshi, all in favor? Carried. 9-4 on your agenda. We've looked after that already. We have the regional roads, stormwater. It's for receipt. Moved. Councillor Sprovieri. Seconded by Mayor Thompson. All in favor? Carried. The 9-6 is the Region Appeal Waste Collection. And I see, Dan, did you want to speak to that? I noticed originally that you were going to say something.
No, the only issue I was identifying, there was a slight amendment in the body of the bylaw, kind of further defines like what policies, manuals, as far as the delegation to the commissioner. It's just more an admin piece.
Okay.
We missed one word in the, I'll get it for you in a second, if I can find it. Oh, there it is. I think originally it didn't have manuals, just said guidelines and standards, and it's really the manuals that go along with that.
Okay. Councillor Sado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I guess I just want to flag some concerns with some of the fines that are in here, and I know that a lot of them we've had for some time. But when you read through, if you read every line, we have some really ridiculous fines here for some very minor infractions. And I understand that we don't apply these fines all the time, and I know we have to have them in case one of the infractions is major and you want to put it through. But, we're going into a new system, and, saying that to set out waste in receptacles that don't have working lids. I don't know if that's for general residential or if that's for multi-res because it's not defined. I think there was another one, set out waste in front-end carts that prevents the lid from being securely closed, and that's a $400 fine. So you get the new cart and the lid's not fully closed, or if the lid is damaged, the resident could be fined $400. We don't even know how well these lids and locks are going to work. The setting out the animal waste in an improper garbage receptacle and exceeding the permitted percentage or limit. I guess now we expect people to weigh it. With the new cart system and with alternating weeks for garbage, we know that what is in the bylaw for the amount of animal waste, which is one small garbage bag that we put in, is going to be exceeded. It's going to be more than double because you can only put it out every 2 weeks now. So I guess my concern, the setting out waste on public property, illegal dumping, all of those, I think those are extremely valid. But I think there are some here, if the Christmas tree exceeds dimensions, well, I don't know about you, but I don't usually measure my Christmas tree if I put it out to see if it meets the region's dimensions. A tree is a tree is a tree. And I couldn't even tell you what the dimensions are. So I guess I have some concerns that, and perhaps, Dan, you can comment on it. One is the animal waste. Have we changed in the other part of the bylaw, the limit? Because if we have not, then everyone is going to exceed the limit on that one. But also the issue of the carts, the latch is not working on the carts. That's not necessarily the resident's fault. And, I think we're going to see that happen probably on some of the carts, whether they're damaged through the system or whatever. So how are we managing this?
If I could, Mr. Chairman, just kind of quick response. At the these are not new charges.
No.
There are a few, but most of this is already being embodied in our waste collection bylaw since the 90s.
Yeah, no,
and we do not, as a practice, generate millions of dollars of revenue for the POA courts through sometimes we go through a whole year if we issue one ticket. We only go to set fine at the extreme end of the change management process where behavior is contrary to public good order. But if you'd like, I could bring back something to kind of let council know what we're doing in totality, just so you get a sense of these are the fines, but we actually don't issue them very often. I think Norm's here, you might have a little bit more, about 5 a year. Yeah, it's a bad year if we have 5.
Okay.
Specifically on the pet waste piece, did we double the, is the,
Okay.
10% of the volume, so it's a bigger
It's
cart.
what, sorry?
10% of the volume of the, it's
the
not just
cart.
weight, it's 10% of the, so you get a bigger cart. I guess if you have a big dog, you should get a bigger cart.
It's the same percentage.
It's the same percentage, just of the bag we're smaller and the carts are bigger.
Oh, I'm going to go measure my 10%.
Well, it's density as well. Let's not go there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are you satisfied with the answer? Okay, do you want to move it? No? Okay, moved by Councillor Groves perhaps, and, oh no, that's the wrong one here. You don't want to move that? It's such a great issue. Councillor Rass, Councillor Pelleshi, all in favor, carried. Comprehensive review of Caledon groundwater system capacities. Questions, comments? Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councillor Shaughnessy. And you got a question, yes.
Thank you. This question was probably directed more to staff. I just had some concerns, and being new on the team, I just have a couple of questions for Mr. Schiller, if that works. I read the report, I get it, but I actually thought there were some pieces missing, and I'm wondering if it's going to be addressed later or how it actually works. So bear with me. I thought that the region was supposed to be like a party and a business case study for the area. I noticed in your mapping you've outlined the Coulterville area along with Caledon Village and Alton. Now, Coulterville was supposed to be future as far as recreational opportunities with regards to our pits. We got like 2,800 acres of pits that need to be refurbished, something like Penrith in Australia where the 2002 Olympics were held. So it would offer lots of opportunity. So when I read the report, I thought the report was geared more just to residential instead of thinking to the bigger picture, the future. So that's one thing. And then the other area I was concerned about was the fact that we have Alton and we've lost 2 wells in Alton due to nitrates and have had to go and replace them, which to me, and we just had CVC here this morning talking about protecting, you know, the waters and the watershed and all this sort of stuff, yet it didn't seem to be defined in this particular report. So I guess the two questions are, how did we not look at a business case for those expanded lands, and the worry of losing wells, because we know that we have a fair amount of pollution just because of the bedrock in the Alton area. So if we could address that, that would make me really happy.
Through the chair, I can answer those questions now.
That's great. You're going to make her happy.
So the purpose of the report was to say how much water that we know is sustainable in those communities. If there is a decision to expand the system to incorporate Coulterville or some of those other locations, it would have to come off that water allotment for that area. And it would also have to be done under a local improvement process to extend the system, generally by the applicant to get it to that location, or by the community under a local improvement process. So all we're saying by those big boxes, the big boxes sort of take in a bigger area, but it's just to indicate that we really just have that much water capacity that's sustainable for those connected communities. Does that answer the first question okay?
Yeah, so I was thinking more from a wastewater situation.
So in the report, there's a paragraph further down. What we've indicated, we've done an extensive study looking at all the hamlets for wastewater capacity, and the cost is just not feasible to expand wastewater servicing up into the hamlets. There's a presentation in the village of Alton tonight specifically on that point. So what we've said is we won't be able to expand wastewater servicing into the hamlets in Caledon, with the exception of the areas that we already have wastewater servicing already. So for those new communities, if there was development in Coulterville or around the gravel pit areas, we wouldn't be providing wastewater services for those facilities. They may want to do it under a condominium agreement or something different, but that's a different part of the planning process.
Okay.
And the last one on Alton, Alton wells 1 and 2 were contaminated by nitrates many years ago, and we took those wells out of service. They're no longer part of the system, and as you may know, we interconnected even on that map. So Alton, Caledon Village, and Mono Mills are all interconnected now. So we rely on the wells in the other communities in order to support Alton. As part of our calculation, we made the assumption that we could lose some wells in the future, and it's been built into our current calculations to support those communities for water right now.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, it's been moved by Councillor Groves and Councillor Shaughnessy. All in favor? Carried. 9.8 is the 2014 performance review with Aqua. Mark Schiller does have a short presentation if you'd like to hear it. Show of hands, would you like to hear the presentation? Yes? No. Yes? Okay. Mark?
I'll try to keep this short because I know due to the time of council today. So I'm just going to go over some of the history of South Peel and maybe not get as much into the performance as Aqua, just in the diligence of time. I think it's important for a lot of the new members of council to understand that Bill 107 that started back in 1997 transferred the ownership of the South Peel facilities to the region of Peel. Prior to that, the province of Ontario and the Ontario Clean Water Agency was operating those facilities. So to take you back in a little bit in time, the Ministry of the Environment operated the South Peel facilities for many years during their original inception back in the early 1960s. The province back in 1996 started to realize that they couldn't regulate themselves as an operator. So what they ended up creating was the Ontario Clean Water Agency in 1996, which continued on with the operations of the South Peel contract. And then in 1997, upon the transfer, we decided that we would go back out to the marketplace, and we put the entire operations and maintenance out for a competitive process. And Aqua was successful in winning that competitive process against about 5 worldwide class organizations. Basically, they're operating the Lorne Park and Lakeview water treatment plants, including the Clarkson and GE Booth facilities, primarily in wards 1 and 2 in Mississauga. They also operate all the major pumping stations and transmission mains that take us up through Brampton and also feeding us north as Bolton on the water supply, and also conveying wastewater back down the system. What we did in the last contract, the last 10-year contract, we realized we needed to share the risk better between Aqua and Peel. So we derived a contract and took council through a process to look at how to better share that risk. It was put to council back, I guess, almost 6 years ago, that we had a process of either going back out to the competitive marketplace, negotiating with Aqua, or bringing it back in-house. It was council's decision at that time to actually negotiate with Aqua under a time-limited negotiation of about 6 months. And if we couldn't come up with a contract at that point, then we also had another process underway to bring it in-house. And at the time, we were able to successfully negotiate with Aqua and bring it back to council. But it's more about the sharing of risks on the contractor, whether you go into a competitive process back out to the marketplace or even with the operator. So Peel took on a lot of the variables such as energy costs, chemical costs, major maintenance. So we've taken the full capital component back in ourselves, and we actually do most of that. And we also have our owner's responsibilities under the regulation. But Aqua set a fixed base fee over the 10-year duration of the contract, with escalations in the contract as the plants continue to expand it. They also have their own regulatory compliance issues they had to, but a lot of it was around asset protection and the operator's responsibilities in operating those facilities. The one important thing that Aqua provides Peel, and they are the only operator in the province that can do so, is they have an essential services agreement with their union right now. And they are the only ones in the province that have that essential services agreement in water and wastewater industry right now. It's surprising. but that's how it is right now unless we look at approaching the government in the future to change that. Quality of service continues to be excellent. We laid it out in the report, and we bring back an annual report every year through several different indicators that we actually go through. A lot of it is around asset protection. These facilities continue to be expanded, and they're actually the most automated facilities, certainly in Canada, using the best technology available that's actually proven. It's not bleeding art technology. These are facilities that are using state-of-the-art technologies that have been proven worldwide. And certainly, many councillors have had that opportunity to go through our facilities, and those who wish to visit, if you haven't, it's certainly an interesting tour when you go through and see some of the things that we've done in South Peel. Energy, most councillors may not realize, but we use in excess of $35 million a year in producing water and wastewater, and it's something that we're trying to get the community to better understand when we talk about energy conservation. It also connects into water production, and a lot of people just don't realize that. So it's been some messaging that we've been putting certainly out in the last few years. It continues to be one of the biggest driving factors in our budget as well. Contract management and oversight. After the first 10 years of the agreement, Council decided that maybe we needed to do some more on contract oversight, and we have dedicated staff down at the facilities, not only looking after our capital program, but providing oversight that Aqua is scored on an annual basis. And there's a wide range of people that are involved in that scoring. And that report that is before you today is that scoring on how well they did in this past year. And it continues to be a good contract. It's a partnership where we work closely with Aqua and they work closely with us on managing a wide range of different activities at the facilities. Again, the success of the partnership is around asset protection, but it's also business continuity. It's about the quality of service we bring, and certainly about customer service. We've done a lot of things in the system that many may not realize. We've been trying to reduce our chlorine levels down in the south end and increase them in the north end, so we can improve taste and odor issues that we still continue to get some complaints in the south end. But we've actually started rechlorination so we can actually lower them in the south end. It's certainly in wards 1 and 2, which seem to have the most impact. But it's been a successful partnership. There's 4.5 years left in the contract. So in 2016, we will be bringing back another report to council talking about what do we do for the next 10 years. And that's something that we'll have to look at on whether we go back out to the competitive marketplace, continue to explore the option to extend the Aqua contract, or potentially bring it in-house as well, and that'll be a discussion we'll take council through in 2016. And that's pretty much it. Any questions?
Good. Thank you, Mark. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, moved by Councillor Carlson, second by Councillor Kovac. All in favor? Carried. Okay, we have communications. First one is the report on winter maintenance. Receipt, Councillor Moore, Councillor Mahoney, all in favor? Carried. Next one is the overloading of dump trucks in Brampton, City of Brampton. Any questions, comments? Councillor Maderos, Councillor Paleshi, all in favor? Carried. The next couple of items I think we've worked on already, and down to item number 10.5, the Waterfront Regeneration Trust. Receipt, any questions, comments? Councillor Fonseca, Councillor Ross? Okay. Okay, the additional items, I think this item 10.7 was dealt with already with the previous, it was? Yes. Okay, and then do you want to go right to the, or do you want to finish this part? Okay, you want to go to the other one, or do you want to go through the whole cycle? Okay. Okay, back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Brings us to items related to health. Councillor Moore, if you chair this section, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of Council, the two items from the previous agenda on June 11th are items 11 5.1, the performance management system results for the long-term care. It's here for information. Would someone like to move it? Councillor Groves and Councillor McFadden. All those in favor? That's carried. The second item from the last meeting is the air quality modeling and monitoring. It is, again, an information item. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Miles. All in favor? That's carried. Mr. Chairman, do we have to finish off, go to the bylaws, and then I'll come back on the agenda for today's? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Sato, seconded by Councillor Gibson, that the bylaws listed on the Regional Council agenda be in bylaws 33-2015 to 35-2015 inclusive, be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the regional chair and the regional clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Okay. And this is the confirming bylaw for actually the business of that was on the agenda for June 11th. Moved by Councillor Yanika, seconded by Councillor Paleschi, that bylaw 43-2015 to confirm the proceedings of Regional Council to this point of the meeting held on June 25th, 2015, and to authorize the execution of documents in accordance with the region's bylaws relating thereto, be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the regional chair and the regional clerk, and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. So, brings us to items related to health, I guess. Chair, Councillor Moore, if you'd take us through that. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, once again. The first item is 7.1. It's an update report on the Peel Manor redevelopment. Councillor Gibson, would you like to move that? It's in your area. Councillor Downey as a seconder. Are there any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. The second is the status of the current and future paramedic services capital facility plan, moved by Councillor McFadden, seconded by Councillor Paleschi. All in favor? That's carried. 7.3 is a review of the ambulance patient co-payment, moved by Councillor Mahoney, seconded by Councillor Sato. All in favor? That's carried. And the final item is a report of the Health System Integration Committee, the minutes held on June the 4th. So Councillor Sato would like to move that as the chair, seconded by Councillor Fonseca. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Items related to human services. Councillor Miles, you chair this portion. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I do believe that we're going to have a presentation this morning or this afternoon. So this is the Region of Peel Early Learning and Childcare Funding Policy Framework, and I will let the speakers introduce themselves. I know, Siobhan.
Sorry. Just getting composed here. Hi, my name is Siobhan Kelly-Davis, and with me today is Terrence Valleyroom. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about a proposed new early learning and childcare funding and policy framework that is the subject of the Council report before you. This new framework represents an important step forward in building upon the significant progress to date in strengthening Peel's early learning and childcare system. Attached as an appendix in your report is a copy of the System Transformation in Peel 2010 to 2014 overview, which provides a good summary of the evolution of the system change over recent years. This slide highlights some of the main drivers of this transformation, including full-day kindergarten and a new 2013 provincial funding approach. As highlighted here, the region, together with our community partners, has made tremendous strides in strengthening the system since 2012. This was made possible through the reinvestment from the region's withdrawal from direct delivery of childcare and increased funding and local flexibility from the province. Of particular note is that for 2 years now, we have not had a wait list for childcare fee subsidy. Peel's licensed childcare system is made up of a diverse mix of childcare providers, including nonprofit and for-profit agencies. Today, there are 34,000 licensed childcare spaces in Peel, which is a 29% increase since 2012. The majority of this growth has come from the increase in extended day programs for 4- and 5-year-olds as part of the rollout of full-day kindergarten. This slide shows the breakdown of licensed spaces for the 0 to 3.8 and school age groupings. As you can see from the purple section, the majority of spaces for school age mainly operated by nonprofit providers. And as we can see in the blue area, for-profit operators own the largest portion of spaces for the younger age cohort. What this slide also shows us is that comparatively, there are fewer spaces available for younger age children as the cost of serving this age group is higher. In the slides to follow, we'll take a closer look at some of the proposed policy and funding recommendations in the report. The input we received from our system partners to inform the new framework was invaluable to the process. Our engagement approach included broad community consultation sessions, key informant interviews, and the establishment of a small provider reference group made up of operators who reflect Peel's diverse licensed childcare community. This next slide provides an overview of the new framework, which includes 3 core components. The first is stabilizing the early learning and childcare system through a new general operating fund. Second is enhancing funding accountability through quality and inclusion practices. And third is increasing parental choice and access by repealing a 2009 resolution, which prevents the region from entering into fee subsidy agreements with for-profit providers. At this point, I'll now hand things over to Terrence to walk through the new general operating model.
Thank you, Siobhan. The province introduced a new population-based childcare formula in 2013, which provided service managers with increased local flexibility and required them to develop a new general operating model that replaces historic wage allocations. The purpose of this new general operating model is to stabilize the system through the areas as outlined on the slide. Our new general operating fund combines historic wage allocations and an interim grant into one integrated fund. This interim grant was provided to nonprofit providers between 2013 to 2015 to help stabilize their operations from the impact of full-day kindergarten. Going forward, this new model will protect historic wage subsidies and existing providers and prioritize other funds for the younger age group and nonprofit operators. Next slide. This slide illustrates the potential impact of a new model. It is based on an example of a large nonprofit provider with a younger age group mix that includes 16 infants, 40 toddlers, 32 preschoolers, and 16 school age. Moving from left to right, in 2012, this provider qualified for just under $213,000 in wage subsidies. Between 2013 and 2015, this provider received an additional $111,000 through an interim grant. Moving on to the third bar, because of the new general operating model combined with interim grant with historic wage funding, and the same provider could qualify for an additional $119,000 when compared to 2012. This increase is driven by the younger age children being served by the provider and the fact that they are a nonprofit organization. And we include the last bar on your far right to show how the model supports providers when they further increase spaces for the younger age group. Therefore, if the provider increased their infant spaces by 6 more children and toddler spaces by another 10 children, they could qualify for an additional $168,000 in general operating funding. Next slide. This slide shows an example of a large for-profit provider, also with a younger age group mix, comprising 16 infants, 35 toddlers, 48 preschoolers, and 20 school-age children. Since it is a for-profit organization, it did not receive the interim grant. Moving from left to right, throughout 2013 to 2015, this provider received only wage subsidies of $153,000. Under the new 2016 general operating model, this provider has the potential to qualify for $248,000 without increasing their spaces because they are already serving the younger age groups. If the provider further increases their younger age group spaces by 6 infants and 10 toddlers, they could qualify for an additional $288,000 in general operating fund. This is an increase of $134,000 over previous funding. I now hand the presentation back to Siobhan for the final slides.
Thank you, Terrence. We heard from the community that increasing parental choice and access is an important outcome guided by the notion of placing a family and child at the center. The resolution that was passed in 2009, driven by concerns over quality of for-profit centres and potential privatization of childcare, prevents the region from entering into fee subsidy agreements with for-profit providers. This resolution has had the unintended consequence of limiting access to families in receipt of subsidy, particularly in some high-growth communities. By repealing the resolution, up to 5,600 spaces currently operated by 87 for-profit providers could become accessible to eligible families. Of these spaces, 85% of them are for the younger age group, which is where we tend to have the greatest need based on available supply. And we know that much has changed since the resolution was passed through greater provincial and local enhancements to support quality. Here we have a snapshot of a high-growth area in Peel where access to subsidized childcare is quite limited, as seen by the green dots, which represent centres which offer fee subsidy, and the red dots are those that do not. We can also see on this slide the black markings on the green area, which reflect residential building permits issued in 2014, indicating increased growth is taking place. By repealing the resolution, the impact to this community will be opening up access to up to 10 licensed childcare sites for eligible families. In closing, we have much to look forward to as we implement the new funding and policy framework for Peel's early years system. To that end, we'll continue to engage our community partners as we move forward on this transformational journey, and we'll monitor the impacts of the proposed changes. Thank you for your time today.
Good. Thank you very much for your presentation. Questions, Mayor Thompson?
Yeah, I have to say thank you. You know, I think you're being very progressive. It's good to see. And if we want all our child care to be able to raise the bar and do the things, we've got to treat everybody equally. And I think this is a very good news story. And I want to congratulate both of you, everybody here for doing this. I think this is a good, and it goes to show just the capacity that Peel has in seeing the opportunity and making this happen. Because it's all about our future here. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson, would you mind moving the
Love to.
recommendation? Okay, that's been moved by Mayor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Palache. All in favor? That's carried. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Brings us to items related to enterprise programs and services, to be chaired by Councillor Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 9.1 has been withdrawn, so item 9.2 is Employment Group Benefits Contract, document number 2015-330N, and this is the renewal for 1 year of the Sun Life contract. This is for approval. Seeing no questions, moved by Councillor Miles, seconded by Councillor Gibson. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Item 9.3 is the 2015 debt issuance, syndicate appointment, and temporary borrowing agreements. This is related to bylaw 42-2015, and this is for approval. Moved by Mayor Thompson, seconded by Councillor McFadden. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Item 9.4 is the impact of development charge exemptions or discounts for affordable housing development from non-profit organizations and housing permanently dedicated for seniors in need, and this is for endorsement. And Councillor Miles.
Yeah, when I read this report, I struggle with it because on one hand, the region of Peel is a housing provider. We are seeing grants from other levels of government being decreased, and we are out there looking for the development of strategic partners and alliances to provide more affordable housing to the residents of Peel. And in the past, you know, we've heard from a lot of our other partners that we've worked with that the region of Peel gives us a grant in this hand and then takes the same amount back in development charges. So why don't we just keep our money and waive the DCs? And with the amount of money that we are today putting into housing, not just from the province but from our own tax base, I guess I wonder whether or not we shouldn't be using development charges as some kind of incentive to try and get more private sector partners at the table. But I don't, I would like to be able to have the opportunity to make decisions on sort of on an individual basis, rather than sort of a blanket across the board. I know the region is working on a housing report where it is going to be looking at developing some partners to provide more housing. And so I don't know the vehicle to even suggest that be a part of the development charge bylaw that allows council some flexibility in negotiating perhaps some incentives for a partnership where affordable housing is being provided, where otherwise it wouldn't be. So I don't know if...
David, did you want, you look like you have your hand on, ready to speak. Would you like to speak, respond?
If I could, Madam Chair, I would suggest that the vehicle should be through the funding of the housing itself. We don't actually technically waive DCs. What we will do is provide a tax-funded grant to replace it. And the concern that we have, the technical concern we have, is if we do that for the development of the facility itself, there's no guarantee that that facility will remain supporting not-for-profit housing over a long period of time. What we would prefer to do is provide either tax relief through a grant to the developer or through tax subsidies to the users of the building. And we don't have any literature to support that waiving, as we call waiving DCs, will actually encourage development, which is a fundamental problem.
Yeah, and I have to say that the City of Brampton had used DC incentives in the past. It didn't work for us either. But again, it's the... I wish there was a way that we could have something within the bylaw that would give us a little bit of flexibility when negotiating. And I don't know if that's possible. It's just, we're on one hand trying to encourage something and then on the other hand. So anyway.
Yeah. Yes, Steve.
With respect to ad hoc natures of exempting properties under the DC bylaw, that would be impossible to do on an ad hoc basis. It'd have to be system-wide. So in order to target to a specific avenue, you'd have to use it through the tax grant programs that are available today.
Okay. Well, I don't have anything to offer up. I just wanted to voice my concerns about that, and I expect it may be something we'll have a discussion about in the future.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Marv, we've had some discussion about this, not as it pertains to DCs, but in terms of incentives at Peel Living.
Yeah.
So I think that there is an opportunity there to have continued discussion around incentives, but it wouldn't necessarily come through the DC bylaw. So
I guess the problem is when you offer an incentive and you say, okay, here's $50,000 as an incentive for you to build affordable housing, and then the region sends them an invoice for $75,000 for development charges. It's the perception. It's the perception is, so anyway. Okay.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson.
Yes. I got to say, this is a good report. The big challenge is, and I know you used examples for as Habitat for Humanity, but I don't really think, I know you were talking about grants, but it's not really emphasized that we're talking about Habitat for Humanity as well in the wording. And I'm just saying, I know where you're going, I know what you're wanting to do, and I get it. But to me, the closest thing to affordable housing we're able to do in Caledon is through Habitat with Humanity, especially in Mayfield West. It's going to be about close to 1%. We didn't make the 1%, but we're really close. We're 0.9% of our houses are going to be with Habitat, because that's our way of contributing to affordable housing. And the big thing is I just don't see it emphasized enough. And that's the only thing I have. I'm willing to move the report, but I'm just saying I just want to go on record saying that it's used as an example, but I don't think it's clear as it could be in the report.
Okay, thank you. David, did you want this? You look like
We, in our long-term affordable housing project and, not project, program, and Janet or Steve will have to remind me, but I believe there's something like $90 million set aside over 10 years for Habitat for Humanity. Have I got the number wrong, Janet? There's a large amount of money that we have.
Okay.
It's a specific
But
stream.
I just didn't seem to get it where I was looking for.
Yeah, but it's, because this is focused on using DCs.
I realize that.
As an exemption tool, sorry, as an incentive tool, and there's no evidence to support doing it this way. What we are recommending is that we provide incentives through other types of funding.
But you see where I'm trying to get to?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just a point of clarification through the chair. It's $90,000 per home for up to 50 homes is committed to Habitat.
90 million is a lot of homes.
That's not going to, oops, we'll use that all up.
Did I say that?
No, he said that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay. So
Thank you.
moved by Mayor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Groves. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Okay, and item 9.5, this is impact of agricultural development charge exemptions and discounts. And this pertains to bylaw 79-2012. Moved by Mayor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Downey. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. 9.6 is the implementation services for Salesforce Customer Relationship Management Platform, document number 2015-034P, and this is for a one-year contract plus potential additional 5 times 12-month periods. Seeing no questions, moved by Councillor McFadden, seconded by Councillor Mahoney. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Items of communication, 10.1 and 10.2 are for receipt, so we'll move those two together. Councillor Miles?
I just, I wanted to make reference to the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance communications newsletter, and the discussion really that Mayor John Tory has in his little intro in this newsletter. It's hard to read, but I thought it was important to note what he was basically saying, and maybe Mayor Jeffrey can shed some light on it too, because she's on the board. But he's basically saying that in taking a look at sort of the GTMA and the kinds of things that they're doing, that there needs to be greater emphasis on economic development from a regional level, rather than this vast approach to marketing the Greater Toronto area. And if you look at the outcomes from the GTMA, Toronto seems to be having a greater benefit from the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance, because that's where the majority of the businesses seem to be locating. So I know the region of Peel, I believe City of Brampton is also a contributor. I'm assuming Mississauga is. Maybe the mayor could answer that, because I didn't see Brampton's name on it. But so I guess what the point I'm trying to make is that try to identify a role that the region of Peel should be playing in the area of economic development, and how we translate that into providing a bigger voice or a bigger forum within the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance, so that we're getting our fair share of new business from around the world to the region of Peel. And I guess the other thing that I wanted to emphasize is that the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance are really pointing out those countries in the world that have huge growth that is happening within their countries, and that really, if we as a municipality want to attract that kind of investment to them, we have to start developing broader strategic partnerships around the globe. And so I don't know, other than the fact that the mayor of Brampton is at the table, if we as a region are really having any kind of an impact or any kind of a voice at the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance, and any kind of participation, in fact. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Miles, Mayor Jeffrey, you're on the board.
Thank you. I guess I just wanted to say Mayor Tory is new to the job. I'm new to the job. Mayor Crombie is new to the job, and we've had some initial meetings, and I would say that I am cautiously optimistic that this is going to be something that is beneficial to all of us. I've also had some very productive meetings with the Toronto Board of Trade in that they're also looking at ways that we can work together from a health perspective and putting all of our health facilities in one larger consortium of sorts to market ourselves around the world, almost like a Chicago, and having specialty hospitals. So I think that we're at the very beginning stages of that relationship. I think there is benefit, and I think certainly Mayor Tory has been very thoughtful in his comments about how the whole region has to succeed in order for any of us to succeed. So I've been going to the meetings and having conversations, and I think there is benefit to us, and I will be happy to report on it in the future when there's something to report.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, to Mayor Jeffrey, then, simply to ask that if you see a role or a way that we as a regional government can play a more robust role in the economic development of the region, I would look forward, and I'm sure others, to you bringing that back to this table. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Miles, would you like to move items 10.1 and 10.2?
I would.
Okay, moved by Councillor Miles, seconded by Mayor Jeffrey. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, carried. Items 10.3 and 10.4 are referral to corporate services. We'll move those two together. Moved by Councillor Sato, seconded by Councillor Sprovieri. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. And items 10.5 through to 10.9 are for receipt, so we'll move those together. Moved by Councillor Shaughnessy, seconded by Councillor Medeiros. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you, and back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Brings us back to items related to Public Works. Councillor Starr.
Okay, the first item is 11.1, which is the review of the flashing speed zones. Any questions, comments? Is that Councillor Shaughnessy, is that your area? Moved by Councillor Shaughnessy, moved and seconded by Councillor Moore. All in favor? Carried. 11.2 is parking prohibition. Town of Caledon.
Shaughnessy and Thompson.
Shaughnessy and Thompson, all in favor? And 11.3 is the stopping prohibition. City of Brampton, 4 and 6. Councillor Gibson, Councillor Paleschi, all in favor? Carried. Boundary Road Agreement, Region of Peel and Region of York. Councillor Groves, Councillor Downey, all in favor? Carried. High HOV lanes for information. Question by Councillor Sprovieri.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question to staff on this. Has any studies been done whether these lanes are actually achieving their goal of encouraging people to carpool, or are they just, and also, are they well utilized? Because I've been on the 403 a few times, and I see the highway busy, and those HV lanes are not as well used as it probably could be. So has there been any actual studies to see whether the people who are using them are actually carpooling, or are they just people who would have used them anyway?
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Chairman, very quickly, this was actually a request, I think it was from Councillor Parrish, looking for a little validation of exactly what Councillor Sprovieri was asking about. We haven't done studies ourselves. We don't have any HOV lanes. The feedback in the reports suggests there is a trend that the usage of HOV lanes is increasing. We'll probably see a test of that through the Pan Am Games as the temporary HOV expansions will happen, I guess, starting on Monday. There'll be an extra lane added, and as well, they're going to, you need 3 people in the vehicle, and they have to be live people to be in those lanes. So the provincial position is this is a way of moving more people, getting out of the single passenger mode. But there's always way more opportunity to increase the use of carpools, and we even know that ourselves.
Yeah, well, thank you for that, but I guess there's no actual study where it authenticate the program is actually doing what it was actually meant to do.
I can follow up and do a little bit more research, literature search. Yeah. But this was mainly feedback from our friends at the MTO, trying to get the report back to you as quickly as we could.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know whether it's really working or not.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, it's been moved by Councillor Sprovieri, second by Councillor Medeiros. All in favor? Carried. Engineering services for City of Mississauga, Southwest Mississauga, wards 1, 2, and 8. Councillor Ross? Councillor Mahoney? All in favor? Carried. Backflow prevention. Oh, that's probably going to be moved by Councillor McFadden. Seconded by Councillor Sato. All in favor?
Mr. Chairman, would you like the presentation, or is council good with the report?
Well, yeah, I was just going to ask that. Does anybody want to see it?
We'll obviously be bringing back, this is more a heads up about stuff we're working with the area municipalities.
I think that's a good suggestion to bring it back.
Well, we would. We're not just going to implement it without your approval. It's a heads up.
Okay.
It's going to be a backup.
It's going to be a backflow prevention. Okay, the Public Works Project of the Year. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that? Dan?
Go to Switzerland to get this. Andrew, you want to? And we didn't write this up ourselves.
Give us the short version then.
Here's Andrew Farr, Director of Water.
Oh, thanks for the opportunity to speak about this. So this is for the second phase. Yes, Dan's correct. It was Greece, not Switzerland. But this is this is for this is for the second phase of our Lakeview expansion that actually Mark mentioned a hint of it to get today, where we've implemented some real world-class technologies at this facility. A big part of what we won this award for is the fact that we built this large 400 million liter per day facility right inside the footprint of where part of the original plant was. So we, not that we like to demolish old buildings, but we had the original 1950s footprint was very inefficient use of space. It's using older technology that we probably fit 4 times the amount of treatment capacity in the old footprint using it now. But the award was basically around we managed to demolish that and rebuild it and keep the entire plant running, providing enough water to service all of the east side of Peel at a very economical price. So the other options were to take more land on the site, other build where those existing baseball diamonds are just to the east, but we found a way to fit it in the existing footprint. So that's what we were recognized for.
Very good. Okay. Excellent.
Thanks.
Congratulations. Moved by Mayor Jeffrey and second by Mayor Thompson?
Yep.
All in favor? There's 2 pieces of correspondence. Can we move them both together? Moved by Councillor Unica, second by Councillor Carlson. All in favor? And back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other business we've dealt with. I am in receipt of a notice of motion, which I'd ask staff to put up on the screen, and then I'd need a motion of receipt. But I'd like council to read it, and it would go on the July 9th council meeting. It's with respect to establishing a lobbyist registry.
Brampton's doing that, isn't it? Yes. That's a good idea.
Councillor Sparvieri, question?
Just a question, Mr. Chairman. In Brampton, we're doing this, and the responsibility will be added to the Integrity Commissioner to oversee this program. If we move this forward in Brampton, this is a notice of motion?
Yes, yeah, just a question for clarification if you had.
Okay, all right, I'll ask the question
when it comes back.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Councillor Palashi.
Can I don't know if I'm doing this at the right point, but can I amend the notice of motion? I can't do that?
On July 9th, you have that opportunity.
I know, but if you're sending it to staff
Well, you
now.
can.
Notice of motion.
All right.
Just adding a gift registry to this notice of motion.
Yeah, we'll add that. So, so will you move receipt and together with Councillor Ennis, all those in favor of receipt of this, and it'll be on the July 9th agenda.
Councillor Moore actually seconded it.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Moore. Yeah, sorry. Yes. All. Actually, David just reminded me of direction to staff that we're going to be bringing back a report on with respect to Integrity Commissioner. So maybe that
So we
should
can
bring
make
that back at the same time.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we can bring that back at the same time.
All right. Okay, a motion by Councillor Sprovieri, seconded by Councillor Shaughnessy, that the bylaws listed on Regional Council agenda being bylaws 38-2015 to 42-2015 inclusive be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the regional chair and the regional clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. In camera, it's just with respect to the approval of the minutes of the last counts of the July or the June 11th council meeting, and there was a staff report also on the proposed amendment to clearing depository services. Do we need to go into camera? I don't think we do. So the wish not to. Okay, then they've been moved by Councillor Mahoney, seconded by Councillor Raz. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Moved by Mayor Jeffries, seconded by Mayor Thompson, that bylaw 44-2015 to confirm the proceedings of Regional Council at its meeting held on June 25th, 2015, and to authorize the execution of documents in accordance with the Region Appeal bylaws relating thereto, be giving the number of readings taken as read, signed by the regional chair and the regional clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Motion moved by Councillor Grove, seconded by Councillor Downey, that the June 25th, 2015 Regional Council meeting be adjourned. All in favor? Carried.
watching Rogers TV Brampton.
The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers or Rogers TV.
Welcome to Cable 10 Live. I'm your host, Raquel Rodriguez. We're starting tonight's show with a discussion and some banter on the latest stories affecting our community in Brampton and Mississauga. Joining me for this segment is Rogers TV's very own reporter extraordinaire, Ryan Roca. Thank you so much for joining us on this show this evening.
Great to be here as always. Great to be here.
So I want to start right off the bat. Hot topic story number one. The Peel District School Board sending parents a letter intended to debunk some of the myths swirling around the revised sex education curriculum due in classrooms this coming fall. Yep. Now let's give our viewers a little background. Now, some families have shared concerns with the board and school staff about inaccurate information being shared in the communities.
Yes.
And some parents, you know, who oppose this believe that curriculum introduces, or this new curriculum will introduce some issues to children too young for sensitive topics like, or subject matters like masturbation and homosexuality. Question is, as a student yourself, what is your perspective on this?
Well, you can see that this whole topic has gained a lot of controversial
and a
feedback.
lot of attention.
And yes, and we've seen the protests in Celebration Square just a few weeks ago. That caused a lot of traffic backlogs. So people are very heated on this issue. From a student's perspective, I must say that I would not at all have a problem with this sexual education program. I think that it's great to start teaching students not too early, but at an appropriate age.
See, and
in a formal way. It's better, I strongly believe that it's better for them to learn these things in a formal way rather than finding them, learning about them through some informal resource.
And in a secure, structured setting where there is guidance by, you know, a teacher, a certified specialist, and subject matter expert, what have you. The question is, how young is too young? Like when I was reading this story and I had heard about it, I thought to myself, gosh, how old was I when I learned about these topics? And obviously me growing up, and when I grew up, it's completely different to this day and age. Teenage pregnancy is higher than it's ever been before, especially from the time I was growing up. So when is too young too young?
Yeah, but I must say that the topics that are being introduced in this new sex education curriculum, some of the myths that are out there are that the students will be taught how to perform these controversial sexual actions.
Yeah, and so those are, let's just touch upon those. Those are, you know, the letter is stressing that students will not be taught to reveal or touch private body parts, that they will not be encouraged to teach students how to engage in masturbation, oral sex, anal sex, or consent to sexual activity.
And it's important to note that they won't be taught how to do these things. They'll just be taught about the facts around the actual acts.
To draw awareness to it,
yes,
right?
Exactly, which I think is important to start learning at an early age before there are any mistakes that could possibly be made by someone.
Or to learn it through other mediums that aren't necessarily safe.
Exactly, exactly. That's why I must say that it would be good to learn it through such a formal manner, and through trained individuals. And I think that it would be important to note that it would be very important for parents of children who might have any concerns around this curriculum to review the report that the Peel Board is going to be releasing to the public in this coming fall. And if they have any problems with the curriculum, they are able to opt out of it if they choose. So it still is up to the parents' discretion, and that's why I believe it is a duty for the parents to fully look at the outline that the Peel Board will be releasing this fall. And like I said, I personally believe that it is a good idea, but if any other parents, for whatever religious, cultural reasons, if they don't want their students to be, or their children to be taught this with other students in the classroom, and they would want it to be more of a at-home type of thing to learn, they do have that option to opt out.
Let's talk about at home. You said a key word there, because one thing I wanted to address as well is I'm also for this as well. I feel and believe that giving youth a forum to learn sensitive topics and subject matter like this with experts in a safe environment with their peers to have open and constructive discussions about it. And again, in a safe space, parenting has to happen at home.
Yeah.
So with that said, when these kids come home at the end of the day, if you decide to be that parent that opts out, or if you decide to be the parent that chooses to go for this particular curriculum, be a parent when your kids come home. Ask them how their day was in school and what they learned. And if there's anything you disagree with, or if there's anything that may go against your morals, beliefs, values, religious beliefs, what have you, that's where you as a family unit and you as parents will then have to address those concerns with your children.
Of course, and then you can add in your own cultural or religious aspect to it. So then you get, then I think it's an even larger learning process, because you get all aspects of such a hot topic. You get all aspects of it thrown at you at an early age, so that you have lots of time to understand and to think about what you have been taught.
Right. And one other thing I want to touch up on isn't just the sexual acts itself. They also talked about homosexuality, you know, and this letter is going to address to the parents and students as well that they're not going to teach the students how to become homosexual or to become homosexual. I think this is really huge, because nowadays there are same-sex couples or marriages that are raising families, adopting children.
And that's increasing.
It is.
Greatly.
And I think it would be a great idea to have those children in those type of families, in that family circuit, be aware of what homosexuality is.
Exactly.
And I think teaching homosexuality is not going to teach them to become homosexual. It is giving them, again, another sense of awareness.
Yeah, it's all about being aware. That's what I get out of this whole new sex ed curriculum.
Right.
That it's being aware, and homosexuality specifically. That's a very new. It's new in this generation.
It is new, but it's quickly emerging with it being prevalent in television shows, TV series.
Exactly. It's becoming more talked about.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to get out of that there. It's becoming a lot more talked about, and it's important to have that addressed in your classrooms, because we're becoming surrounded by it now, and it's becoming a lot more accepted throughout the whole world, throughout religions, and it's great to have it taught so that everyone is aware of what it is from a very young age, so that there is no confusion behind it.
Or also giving youth the forum that should they feel they may be homosexual, or should they know that they are, it gives them a forum as well to accept their identity.
And then they can feel more comfortable.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so we're both in agreement with this one, hot topic number 1. Moving on to hot topic number 2. That's the government funding helping vulnerable youth gain employment skills, right? So the provincial government investment helping Peel Region youth receive skills training and find work was recognized at a press conference, right? And so they are putting in, let me see here, I have these numbers here. They've anteed up more than 11 million for Youth Skills Connection program. What are your thoughts about this program?
Well, just back in, I believe it was 2013, it was a study came out that showed that youth unemployment in Ontario was among the worst in Canada. So it is a very large problem here in Ontario, and I can tell you from being a member of the youth, I see it myself. Many of my peers look for work, but they have a lot of them have struggled to obtain jobs, and many of them have succeeded, but it's taken a long time, longer than it really should. Sometimes well over a year to just get a simple part-time job.
So unemployment rates are huge even outside of the youth demographic, though. As well,
of course,
right?
Of course,
it could be even tighter and harder for the youth in the community.
Because the youth is the future, and they need some place to start. And they shouldn't be starting off struggling. They should start off they should have a strong start so that they could begin showing their skills at a very young
And building
age.
that foundation,
Yeah,
right, that this program aims to achieve.
Yes.
It's building soft skills, hard skills, and then linking them to, you know, organizations, employers, not-for-profits, what have you, to hone those skills, advance those skills, and eventually connect them to employment opportunities.
And youth unemployment in Ontario has been a huge issue. But the Employment and Social Development Canada statistics showed that people aged 15 to 24 in Ontario had an unemployment rate of 16.2% in February 2013. And then when it came to February 2014, it did drop slightly to 15.8%. So we do see that there is an improvement there.
Ryan, we have just run out of time on our hot topics. They were so hot.
You could talk forever.
Yes, we could definitely talk forever. But that's it for us on the hot topics today. Again, thank you for joining us on the show. It was awesome having you. More here after the break on Cable 10 Live.
Local residents, companies, and community groups gathered together at the Sheridan College Hazel McCallion campus to discuss important issues in relation to the City of Mississauga at the Western GTA Summit Mississauga Connects event. Co-chair for the event, Samantha Angel, explains how this all got started.
The Mississauga Summit started in 2007, and there were 3 Mississauga Summits, and then it morphed into the Western GTA Summit as all the other municipalities wanted to be involved, and we had the mayors descending from all the other cities to one really great big summit, and a lot of task forces were launched off of that, and committees, and all kinds of great projects. But a lot of people felt that we needed the focus to be back on Mississauga specifically. So we started Connect as a series of events, and events out in the community, speaker events, to put the focus back on the city.
There were many different topics that were on the agenda and that residents wanted to discuss.
It's a wide variety of issues that we're finding. I mean, transit's obviously a huge issue for the city, and it has been for some time. But traffic congestion, our roads has been a big focus of a lot of people's concerns. But also our parks and our green spaces. People don't necessarily feel connected to their neighborhoods. They're starting to crave those walkable neighborhoods and those livable communities, and they're starting to look at other cities and other neighborhoods and saying, well, we kind of want that now, The sprawl isn't healthy for our kids. It's hard to cross the street, and it's, so it's very local things that people are talking about now. And of course, the tax dollars.
One of the special guest speakers was 3-time Paralympian Chelsea Cotel.
I'm here to speak to the whole group about the athlete perspective of the games and how home soil advantage for Canada, talking about the athlete perspective and how every athlete dreams about competing on home soil and the importance to that. The importance of home soil is every athlete dreams of competing there. It's when you grow up to be a Canadian Olympian or Paralympian, you always dream of having the maple leaf, not just wearing it, but having a home crowd advantage, everyone cheering for you. You really picture like the red and white mittens from Vancouver. That's what every athlete wants, and this is our summer athletes' chance to really get to do that and to shine on home soil and hopefully create some awareness for their sports as well.
To get involved with future summits, visit westerngtasummit.ca. In Mississauga, David Krajewski, Rogers TV.
The following program is brought to you by Rogers Anyplace TV. Enjoy exclusive content for free. Visit RogersAnyplaceTV.com.
You're watching Rogers TV, Brampton.
Late as usual.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know I'm late, but I'll remember to lift my feet.
Remember 25 years ago you did it on a 747? Well, this time you get to do it on a vintage DC-3. Now on takeoff and landing, lift your feet and hold for as long as the wheels of the plane are down.
Until next time, keep fit and have fun. Body Break.
The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers or Rogers TV.
Welcome back to Cable 10 Live. Eden Food for a Change works to be a place where everyone in Western Mississauga can be a part of a community focused on good food. Joining us in studio to tell us more about Eden Food for Change and the services they provide is the Community Engagement Coordinator, Christina Phillips, and the Director of Operations for the Learning Kitchen, Peter Costello. Thank you so much for joining us on the show this evening.
Thank you for having us.
Now, Christina, tell us about Eden Food for Change and how this particular food bank is different from any other food bank that's currently out there.
So we started like many other food banks about 25 years ago, where people in Eden United Church just wanted to help out hungry families.
Okay.
So people who needed it could access food, and those who wanted to donate could do it. And like most food banks, it was expected to be temporary, right? It's a temporary measure. The economy would improve, we wouldn't need it anymore. But what we've seen is that there's a lot of growth, right? The need for it has continuously grown. Currently right now, with our 2 food bank locations, we're serving about 400 families a month.
Wow.
And we know there's more people out there that need help. And so even though it's a temporary measure, it's a needed measure of food bank. So we wanted to take that further, right? So what could we do to help people improve their situation? So through the food bank, there's an advocacy program. As people register for it, they will meet with someone who will refer them to other organizations that can help them improve their life situation. And also, we know that food is really difficult for people to access, right? But what most people can afford is actually often unhealthy food. Cheap food is also nutritionally cheap.
Right.
So starting right in our food bank, we have fresh food, right? Fruits, vegetables, milk, meat, eggs, and then other fresh donations that come in. And so that was how we worked to improve our food bank operations, but we know we needed to take it even further, right?
And talking about taking it even further, you guys offer more than just, you know, providing the community with food. You also offer services on how to educate them about nutrition, and one specifically, the Learning Kitchen. So Peter, tell us about that.
Right. So the Learning Kitchen started about 3 years ago. We built it. It was we built a fully commercial kitchen, one that we could be able to have the members of our food bank and from the community come in and actually learn, instead of by a demonstration where I show people how to cook, they actually do it, right?
So they're like cooking courses and classes.
They're cooking courses, they have their own units, it's fully hands-on. Because, you know, quite frankly, they don't need me for recipes. They got the internet for recipes. You got YouTube that can give you some ideas, but it's really until you actually start cutting and using a knife and learning from your mistakes, that's when you learn the skills to cook. And that's what we do, is we run an 8-week program that teaches people all the skills to cook basically anything. So when they go on the internet, they understand what's the difference between pan frying and sautéing.
Yeah.
What's blanch mean? How do you cut properly? How do I cut so I don't cry when I do it with my onions? How can I do it so quickly, right? Because people don't have time, and people don't know how to do a lot of things. And when we teach them those skills, then they have the flexibility to do whatever they want. Because most likely they're going to go home and open up their fridge and go, what's for dinner?
Right. And I think
if
what's
you have those skills, you can do it.
about teaching those skills too is that when they come to your, food bank for food and services as such, you want to be able to make sure that their food lasts as long as it possibly can, right? And how to effectively and efficiently make your food last.
And remember that a food bank typically only gives 7 to 10 days of food for the month for each person. And so that other 20 days of the month, they're on their own druthers to come up with meals and that. And so with that limited income that they have to spend on food, how do you get the best value? And that's what we really do is I teach shopping skills, nutrition skills, how to really make your dollar stretch and understand the marketing that's in the store so you can make wise choices.
Ah, so how has the reception been with the Learning Kitchen and the cooking courses with the patrons that come to your food bank?
You know, it's been really great to hear the stories once they graduate the class. One of the things that Peter also goes over with them is how do you make soup from scratch, right? So one woman in particular was talking about how she now doesn't need to buy cans that have high in sodium, right? So all of a sudden her blood pressure is better. Someone else will talk about losing weight, right? And the doctors are commenting about how their health is improving. Another person mentioned how they have a better understanding of nutritional intake, right? So all of a sudden they know that, oh, if I skip all my vegetables today, then I have a deficit, right? I need to be healthy so that I can move forward with everything I need to do in my life.
Okay. So now from food to how to cook it, what are some of the items that your organization needs, sort of like a need list of items?
So we always have the needs list that's updated on a monthly basis, right? So we take stock of our inventory and we look to see, okay, what items are we short in? Because we like to provide a variety. So currently right now, juice cans are always something that we don't get a lot of donations of. Recently, peanut butter was something, and that's a great nutritional staple, right?
Yes.
It's got a lot of protein. It's shelf stable, kids love it, right? So it's a great thing to have on hand. And then things like rice and flour. In a culturally diverse community, rice is incredibly important for so many people, right? But one of the things we often like to tell people is when you are donating to a food bank, make sure you give food you like, because there's probably someone walking through with the same likes and dislikes as you have. So imagine that you were in that situation. What do you want to see on the shelf?
Yes. No, for sure. Now, for those who want to, you know, take part and donate, whether it's financially or through donating food or goods, how do they go about doing so?
So to donate financially, you can donate online. We have that capability, and people often just drop by with money and checks. That often happens. And in terms of donating food, at our Unity location, there's always a box in the front foyer, and the building is usually open from like 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. So people can drop off food at that time. If you ever want to donate fresh food, things like milk, meat, cheese, eggs, you just need to make sure that office hours are a good time to do it, or if you come during a food bank time.
So if you're donating foods like that, meats, eggs, like fresh food, how do you guys, like, is that part of the Learning Kitchen? Is that used for the cooking courses?
No, we give that out. Huge walk-in coolers that we actually got from when Brampton Memorial Hospital changed over. We got the old walk-in coolers from there. So we do store that, and we do have the opportunity to freeze things to extend the life or the usefulness of it. But also we have refrigerators right there online where people can pick up product already refrigerated or frozen. The other thing that you were talking about opportunities to give in that, we also have a lot of opportunities within the kitchen for corporate groups and for schools to come in, and they do large quantity cooking where they'll have about a dozen people come in and they pay for the food, and then I give them a class on cooking skills, and then they produce about 200 to 400 portions of food that we then make all-in-one meals that are nutritious, and they get frozen, and then they get distributed through the food bank at, you know, so that we can control how much we give out, so that we can extend the food throughout the month. And it works really well, and people have a lot of fun, and they learn skills.
I can imagine.
They learn skills.
No, so for those who are interested in, you know, taking part or taking advantage of these services or being a part of it, how do they go about doing so? Because I imagine from the Learning Kitchen, you've got to sign up or something if you're running an 8-week course, or even families that are interested in, you know, taking advantage of your services. How do they do it? How does it work?
So in terms of our food bank, we have 6 food bank shifts, 3 at each location. One at Unity Drive, which is 3185 Unity Drive, Unit 2, and then in the basement of Eden United Church on the corner of Winston Churchill and Battleford. And they can find our times online or they can call us at 905-785-3651.
Okay.
And so food bank shifts are set because it takes about 20 to 25 volunteers to run one food bank shift.
Really? That's quite a big number.
Yeah, we have about 170 volunteers that are there weekly. So it's a great community organization. And then if they want to take part in the kitchen programs, during that time we often have sign-up sheets at our food bank. And that's where they just sign up right there.
Nice.
And then they start learning how to cook.
So how many people can you take in one particular class?
I like to keep a class at around 12.
Okay.
Because then everybody can face each other, and they all
Right.
have their own burners and pots and pans and everything else. And yeah, so and with the groups from schools or from corporate groups, it's the same, about 12. And we usually book those in ahead of time. We're already taking bookings for over a year from now.
Over a year from now?
Yeah.
Booking a year in advance?
Yeah, we have a number of schools that put us in the grade 10 curriculum.
Wow. Okay, more with Christina and Peter of Eden Food for Change here after the break on Cable 10 Live.
It is estimated that 196,900 new cases of cancer and 78,000 deaths from cancer will occur in Canada in 2015. While these numbers may be staggering, it does demonstrate that we still have some work to do. Megan Stouffville-McKnight, Senior Vice President and Chief Operations Officer of Trillium Health Partners Foundation, shares some details about Shave to Save and what will happen with the proceeds.
We're here celebrating the 11th annual Shave to Save event, raising money for cancer care here at Trillium Health Partners. I think we're going to see some very dramatic before and afters. We have 17 people who are shaving their heads today, and that's I think akin to any other year that we've had in the past. Each year it's been growing with momentum. I think it's the first year we're having it here at Credit Valley, but we're very excited because the team's not only raised money in the last 11 years they've raised over $140,000, and now they're in a $100,000 pledge to raise money towards surgical robotics. So that alone is dramatic. That's almost $250,000, and 17 people are going to shave their heads today, and all that hair is going to get donated to create some wigs. So it's a beautiful event.
The driving force behind the 11-year-strong Shave to Save event is Dave Tomas. He is the founder and very instrumental in recruiting happy participants and generous donations.
I started growing my hair out a bit, and someone had commented that if you were growing out your hair for at least a worthy cause, and it kind of dawned on me to do something. And being as it is that my father had passed away to esophageal cancer, his desire was to be able to say thank you for all the help that he received from our hospitals. And what better way to be able to say thank you than to give back and do it physically for him that he's not here.
Mila, Shave to Save committee member and participant for the past 11 years, is now joined by her son Mateo, who's shaving his head in support of fellow classmates who are battling cancer.
Although I've been doing it for 11 years, I still get those butterflies, the excitement. It's for the cause, it's for David, it's what we started off with, and his story behind it is what made me start shaving my head. And I know that for a lot of women, when they have cancer, one of the visible signs is that they lose their hair. And I know for me, it's a choice, but for them, they don't have a choice. So they're very inspirational.
Survivor is a word that's becoming more and more synonymous with cancer. Shave to Save proves that when people come together, we really can make a difference by not only raising money, but also standing together in solidarity to fight this disease. In Mississauga, Jennifer Tarenta, Rogers TV.
Watching Rogers TV Brampton.
A man walks through his life and reaches his journey's end. But there is one last fight. and nothing will be as it was.
Call 1-888-ROGERS-1 to order.
Hi, I'm Declan.
And I'm Bianca. Be sure to watch Social Life in Peel.
We cover events happening in the community such as the first annual T-Ball and the Tim Hortons Bowl for Kids' Sake, and much, much more.
We don't only focus on events, we also focus on beauty, fashion trends, and tips on how to stay healthy and fit.
Fast is easy and slow is hard.
Get caught up with events, trends, fashion on Social Life in Peel.
Fridays at 8 p.m. and Sundays at 10 p.m. only on Rogers TV.
The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers or Rogers TV.
Welcome back to Cable 10 Live. If you're just tuning in, we're talking to Christina Phillips and Peter Costello of Eden Food for Change. Now, before the break, Peter, we were talking about the Learning Kitchen and how now you're booking up to a year in advance for these cooking courses. Tell us about that.
Well, we've had a lot of local high schools coming in to our, at first they were just coming in to be part of the regular food bank things, the tour and sorts that we offer.
Right.
And then we offered to have groups of students, up to a dozen students in the kitchen where they'd learn some cooking skills and they'd produce a lot of food that would get then packaged and given out to the food bank. And so that's taken off and has been put into some of the grade 10 curriculums of 3 local high schools. So each semester, five classes from each of the local high schools, so that's 15 classes come in for a couple hours, and they do it.
It takes home ec to a whole new level now, right? Now, also at Eden Food for Change, there's employment training. What is that all about?
The employment training we've offered, this is our 3rd year of doing it, and it's relatively small. We bring in a couple of people from the community, usually teens that or youth that either financially challenged or they're associated to the food bank somehow, and we bring them in and we have them work in the kitchen. I train them with cooking skills and things like that, but they actually produce food that healthy lunches that are then delivered to the Living Arts Center, where for their Living Arts program, where it's they call it Art Attack, or where they go into each 11 wards of Mississauga for 2 days each in each of the 11 wards and do an art program, and we just provide the healthy lunches. And so we give people employment, we give them some skills training. And so this year I've got 2 chef students. They're going to chef school in the fall. And so we're going to do a pre-apprenticeship, kind of giving them the rudimentary skills so when they get there they can be superb.
Awesome. Now, from the Learning Kitchen to the expansion of the fresh produce box. So, Peter, you've brought in some yummy tasting treats there here in studio. Tell us about the fresh produce box.
So the fresh produce box came about largely because about 17% of the population of Peel is precariously food insecure, meaning that financially they can't afford to have the fruit, vegetables, protein, or dairy that they need in a regular diet. And so
And often, like, sorry to interrupt you there, but often, like what Christina had mentioned before, some people aren't, the nutritious food is often the more expensive than compared to the processed, fatty, high sodium foods, right?
And that's where we want to level the playing field. And so what we came across is we had the good fortune of at the food bank at the time to get a refrigerated truck.
Right.
And so with the refrigerated truck, we were able to go to the Ontario Food Terminal, and so then spawn off the idea of why don't we buy at prices and negotiate with the food terminal people and get low prices, and then don't do any markup, just provide that for the community as a whole, so anybody from the community, and they can come and pick up a produce box at a severely discounted price compared to what they buy in the grocery store.
Okay, let's talk about severely discounted. Now, your small box is going for $10.
That's right.
And the large box is going for $20. Now, let's look at the box there you see on screen. So the box with the red lid. is the large, correct?
Is the large, and all the stuff that's spilled out in the front there.
And then the one with the green lid to the right is the $10 small box. Now that looks like a lot of food for such an affordable price. Let's start with the small box there for $10, right? How do you afford to make a small box for $10?
Right. So, well, I guess to step back, how we afford to make any of the boxes are essentially, we go to the food terminal like 2 days from now, Friday morning. I go at 4 o'clock in the morning. I go to the food terminal. I meet with the suppliers there. I negotiate prices. And also there's a lot of local farmers there, or Ontario farmers that sell their product there. And I negotiate with them and get great prices. And they know that we're not a store, and so they're not giving us any extra markups on top of that. And we pay basically the market price that everybody else is there, because all the local grocery stores are there as well, buying from the same people. And we just buy it, and we get great prices, and we come back, and then because we have a small army of volunteers, we can pack these boxes, and so we're not paying any labor costs. And the only costs that we have to cover are the cover for the gas and the operational costs of the truck. So basically we're just paying for the $10 box pays for all the produce straight up.
Okay, so before we dive into the fresh produce box price versus the grocery store price, tell us what families can look forward to in receiving in the $10 small box of fresh produce. So walk us through what you currently have in studio.
Okay, so right now we're coming into the season where we're starting to see a lot more plenty. So this past week was one of the first weeks that we had too much to fit into the box. During the winter months, it's less. It's still in the winter months. You get 8 to 10 different fruit and vegetable options of things in the fridge. Thank you. So you still get bunches of bananas and things like that. But in the spring and summertime, when we get the local farmers, we always try to buy local first. We can get a lot more into it. So in the fall, these boxes are just like they're blossoming even more than what you see now. So so we go by seasonality. And it's almost like having your own private chef going and buying what's best at this time and getting you the best deals. And so it changes slowly throughout the year. There are some items like carrots and celeries and cucumbers and peppers that nearly are always there. Apples are usually there. This time of year the apples aren't there because they're not off the trees right now. So we're getting things like mangoes and bananas to substitute in.
Mangoes too?
Yep, there's a red mango right there on top.
Right.
So this week, I think it was the small boxes got 13 different items. And the large boxes got 17. And the large boxes, when they get the 17, they get extra of all the other items that the other box get as well, right? But they'll get things like a whole container of strawberries, a whole cantaloupe. They'll get the kind of that high-end salad mix, the Super 7 or whatever it was called this week. It's not always the same, but you can see.
So
there's
the
a lot
small
in
box,
there.
how many family members or people will the small box serve and the large box serve?
Well, the small, depending, if you went by the Canada Food Guide, each person's supposed to have 64 portions of fruit and vegetables a week.
A week.
And so if you were to follow that, the small box is a little bit about enough for 2 people for the week. If you went that because that's basically 7 or 8 servings of fruit and vegetable a day per person. Right. The large box. So a large box for the typical family, probably a family of 4. I have a family of 5, and we actually go through 2 large boxes a week, and we still end up buying more. But it's a lot of stuff.
Let's talk about the savings. How much would a $10 small box cost you at the grocery store?
So today I bought exactly what we did on Friday's box tonight, and the small box was $35.
That's a huge
at the grocery store.
And the large box?
And the large box was $62. I showed you the receipts.
Wow, huge saving, huge saving. So for those who want to get involved, Christina, how do they go about doing so?
So and one of the things that's important to remember is when Peter goes down to buy, he's only buying for the number of people that have ordered. Oh, right?
Okay.
So we're not buying excess because, again, we're keeping costs really tight. So people need to order online. They can go to our website, which is EdenFFC.org, and they click on Fresh Produce Box, and there's an online order form.
Awesome.
And so they have until Thursday at 4 p.m. to order a box. And as of this week, they now have 2 locations where they can pick it up.
Great.
So for the last, as we've been running the program, they had to come pick it up between noon and 4 at our Unity location. And this week, they'll be able to pick it up Colonial Drive between 6:15 and 8 p.m. So there's an evening option, which a lot of people have really been pushing us for.
Well, thank you so much for joining us on the show and sharing with us the initiative of Eden Food for Change. More here after the break on Cable 10 Live.
Peel Region came together to make muscles move in an effort to fight against muscular dystrophy. The annual Peel Region Walk for Muscular Dystrophy supports thousands of people living with a neuromuscular disorder in Canada.
Duchenne muscular dystrophy is a genetic disorder and it happens at a very young age, and the life expectancy is very short for that individual, and the muscles get weaker as they age. Fortunately, my brother passed away 4 years ago, but he's the one who introduced us to this walk. In 2010, we first started as Mandeep Spirit Team, and he was there at that first walk. But for the past 4 years, we've been continuing his legacy and continuing to basically keep his spirit alive.
This year, the Walk for Muscular Dystrophy was held at the Chinguacauzi Park in Brampton. All proceeds from the event goes into support programs for funding equipment, assistive living devices, support services, and funds research to one day find a cure.
Very, very helpful to the community, especially Muscular Dystrophy Canada. This event make a big, tremendous amount of difference to the community, because when we all families come over here and when we get together over here, we share our ideas, we share our thought, and we share our children's future. And it's very wonderful events, and then that's why we are here.
Families directly affected by the disease, like the Brars, hope that events like these will raise more awareness amongst the community, which in turn will lead to more funding. It certainly looks like the awareness is on the rise since the first time this event started 4 years ago, as more and more people join in to support the cause.
It's a walkathon, so we walk 5K or 1K, and it raises money for Muscular Dystrophy Canada and the 50,000 Canadians who are affected by a neuromuscular disorder. Our goal today is $35,000, and I'm proud to say that we have surpassed that goal.
So the Brampton firefighters have been supporting MDC since 1972, and last year on MDC's 60th anniversary, they raised $60,000.
One thing that the public should know about neuromuscular disorders is that there is no cure out there at the moment. However, there's a lot of research going on that they are finding some medicine that hopefully in a couple of years they'll be able to try it on humans and be able to either cure some of the symptoms or even cure the actual disease itself.
Remember, you are not alone. We are all fighting muscular dystrophy in one way or another. Together, we are stronger. And together, let's walk, knowing that each step we take is getting us closer to a cure.
To find out more about Muscular Dystrophy Canada and how you can donate to the organization, visit muscle.ca. In Brampton, Tanya Chowdhury, Rogers TV.
You're watching Rogers TV, Brampton.
Well, there's double D in this room.
get to talk to all different genres. It doesn't matter if it's pop, rock, R&B, whatever. Yeah. So I get to speak to the biggest artists in their moment.
Rogers TV connects with and engages our audience while you effectively promote your business with high-frequency exposure at the lowest industry rate. Rogers TV provides a unique marketing strategy that reflects your business with the best match from our program lineup. We offer several promotional opportunities from TV ads to on-air guest appearances to social media and to the web. Give us a call today at 905-897-3928. Promote your business on Rogers TV.
The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers or Rogers TV.
Welcome back to Cable 10 Live. Marty's were held last month and our very own Nav Nanwa was at the awards. Let's see who he spoke to.
The 2015 Marty Awards were handed out on May 7th at the Living Arts Center in Mississauga. The awards ceremony, which was held by the Mississauga Arts Council, was celebrating 21 years of recognizing the city's most promising artists. The awards recognized various individuals established and upcoming in various areas such as media, visual arts, and the performing arts.
Biggest Martys of all time, Nav. You know, we want the Martys to be about the artists, for the artists, showcasing as many of Mississauga's artists as possible. Tonight we have live bands. There will be a fantastic presentation in the main hall, and afterwards, more entertainment, more showcasing our artists.
This year's ceremony was hosted by Rogers TV personality Randy Prasad, who brought a lot of energy and flair to the night's festivities.
I must say, you represented, you killed it, but how does it feel now that you have this Marty's in the books and now it's on to the future?
You know what, it's the most incredible feeling in the world, being able to sit back with my peers like yourself and with Rogers Cable, and just to see of humanity out there supporting the arts in our great city. It's so humbling, and the fact that it's done, it almost seems like the dream that's kind of ended. It's almost like I don't know what to do now tomorrow. It feels like I'm off the treadmill and I'm stuck. It's great. It's great.
You know, you were very instrumental in really taking this Marty's to the next level with the marketing, with the promotions, with the pre-events. Is this what's to come when we go up to next year's Marty's and the year after that and into the future?
You know what, when we spoke with the board of directors, our mandate was to really rebrand the Marty's in a new and fresh light. And you know, you were there tonight. All here justifies it that we saw a very different Marty Awards, a very different presence, exciting, innovative, creative, and just a phenomenal piece of work. And it is yet to come even bigger and better things. So absolutely, the sky's the limit from here now, man.
Mississauga Mayor Bonnie Crombie was also in attendance to give out a very special honor.
I'm looking for all the special award winners, and you know, I have the privilege of bestowing the Lifetime Achievement Award tonight on former Mayor McCallion, and that's going to be a big thrill for me. Mayor McCallion has really dedicated herself to not only youth and children, but the arts in our community, and she's the reason we have this beautiful facility, and she's funded the arts throughout her career, and I think it was the right choice to give her the Lifetime Achievement Award tonight.
Former Mayor Hazel McCallion was being